Calgary, Alberta, the host of the 1988 Winter Olympics. And over on the campus of the University of Calgary lies the Calgary Olympic Oval. And this weekend, it has been the site of the ISU World Speed Skating Single Distance Championships as World Championship season gets underway in speed skating. One final day of action. There is the schedule. A whole lot of suffering today. The women's 5,000, the men's 10,000, and both the men's and women's 1,500 meters. And if you talk to skaters, that one is the most painful of races. I'll look around the campus of the University of Calgary, walking up to the entrance to the Olympic Oval there. It's all part of the university's athletic complex. And a look inside. One of, perhaps not the fastest ice in the world anymore, that really belonging to Salt Lake City, but there is always the possibility for a record to be broken. There has been one broken this weekend in the men's team sprint. One more day of action still to come. A look at the current medal standings. Netherlands leading the way, 5 gold, 1 silver, 3 bronze. Then both Canada and the U.S. with 2 gold medals apiece. And if you're looking for a U.S. third, it would be from the man who's gotten the first 2 for the United States, that being Jordan Stolz, on his quest to repeat as 3-time world champion. We'll get started for the women's 5,000 meters, but just a look around at the ice and the skaters getting ready to go. Back with you shortly in just a few moments. Look at the start list of the women's 5,000 meters. 6 pairs in all. 12 skaters still to come. Irina Schouten in the 4th pair against the great Martina Sablikova. Schouten already 2 gold medals. Mass start yesterday after falling. And then the 3,000 meters on day 1. And the first skaters will come to the line. There is Momoka Horikawa of Japan and Canada's Isabelle Weideman, the bronze medalist in this distance from the last Olympics.
And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 6:46.81, representing our country of Canada, Isabelle Weideman.
Go to the start. Ready.
Weideman, just as she did a few days ago, starting in one of the earlier pairs. That's because she missed a good chunk of the European portion of the World Cup season, deciding to sit out and focus on training to peak for this time. She didn't have the best start to the season over in Asia, And it seems to have paid off. On day one, she set an early time to beat that pair after pair could not be matched. In the end, only Irene Schouten beat her, with Weideman picking up a silver medal. So it'll be interesting to see if Weideman can continue that form here. She was also a member of the silver medal winning team pursuit side. Canada failing to just overcome the Netherlands in this one. Going up against Momoka Horikawa, 20-year-old from Japan, former world junior champion in the 3,000 meters. Now, the 5,000 has only been held once on the World Cup season, so it is very tough to evaluate or perhaps predict what might happen here today. Different ice conditions, different air pressure conditions. Some skaters are better on the faster ice, some on the slower ice. So very difficult to handicap what we may see today on that one time done in the 5,000 meters on World Cup this season. It was Martina Sablikova coming away with the victory. Horikawa on that day did finish in 7th place. Weideman, as I mentioned, skipped that portion of the World Cup season, so she did not have a result there. And if you're starting to look at baseline times, Weideman 32.4, Horikawa almost half a second off the pace at this stage. Of course, the winner of the pair will set the time to beat. Weideman's personal best time at 6:46.81. Horikawa 6:58.78. So based on personal bests alone, Weideman solid 12 seconds faster in that regard. Now Horikawa already slipping into the 33s. Weideman maintaining a 32.4, going over the top on that crossover. So in the early exchanges, these early laps, it's Isabelle Weideman with the early advantage, knocking a second out of Horikawa's time and getting to go over the top on that crossover. Weideman dropping about 0.3 of a second. The 28-year-old out of Ottawa. 3 medals at the Beijing 2022 Olympics. The first time a Canadian won a 3,000 meter medal since Christina Groves at the 2010 Olympics. Weideman, of course, coming away with bronze in the 3,000, silver in the 5,000, gold in the team pursuit. Last season, she was 2nd overall in the long distances on the World Cup circuit. And she's hanging around now still at 32.7. After a long, successful history, not so much long, she's 28, still has probably plenty of races ahead of her. Previous to Friday, she had never won an individual World Championship medal. All of her hardware came through the team pursuit. Weideman at those same Beijing Olympics, just the 3rd Canadian to win more than 2 medals at a Winter Games, joining the great Gaëtan Boucher and Cindy Clausen. Horikawa, I mentioned 7th at the 5,000 meters in Stavanger. She came in 6th in this distance at the World Championships last year in Heerenveen. That actually was her personal best skated on that day at the low ice at Tialf. Weideman a year ago, a silver medal in the 5,000. Irene Schouten beating her. Weideman dipping into the 33s. Horikawa kind of staying consistently in the low 34 seconds. Do not be surprised if Horikawa can throw down a new personal best. Likely has not skated terribly often on these quick ice surfaces. There was no 5,000 meters at the World Cup stop in Salt Lake City a couple weeks ago. Weideman to a 33.5 with 2 laps to go. Horikawa, another 34.3. Weideman, a slight grit of the teeth. Doesn't really look labored too much in her form. Still looking pretty smooth. The teeth grit getting a bit more pronounced as she comes up to the bell. Weideman throws down a 33.5. And for Horikawa, 34.6 that last lap. Not looking like she's going to put up a personal best today. Let's see what she can throw down. This is where you just leave everything else on the ice. I don't think either of these skaters are in the 1500. Don't have to worry about that. Just go to the finish. Your World Championships is over, and you've left everything on the ice. Weideman, 6:55.47. 33.7 on that last lap. Horikawa will cross 7:04.57. I always like to see the body language of skaters. They're never rarely shy to show how they think they did, but I think at that stage, Weideman just kind of keeled over trying to catch her breath and will react either happily or disappointedly once she can recover just a little bit. Second pair, Laura Lorenzato and Sophie Carolina Haugen of Norway.
And in the outer lane, from Norway with a personal best time of 6:56.64, representing Norway, Sophia Carolina Haugen.
Go to the start. Ready.
Lorenzato, really one of the main protagonists yesterday in the women's mass start final. Off the front for so long. And came agonizingly close. I think the catch was made either going into the final lap or on the final lap. A 25-year-old Italian. One of many, many talking points from both mass start races yesterday. Irene Schouten falling on the first lap, getting up, and then going on to win the race. Part of a gold and bronze medal performance from the Netherlands in that race. There was a fall in the men's race that also led to a medal. Livio Wenger. Bart Houlworth kind of bumped into him, and as he was falling, Houlworth caught him, essentially hauled him back up. It was early enough in the race that Wenger recovered, refound his form, his stride, and then picked up a bronze medal behind the surprising Antoine Gelina Beaulieu of Canada and Bart Swings of Belgium, who defended his mass start title. No 5,000 meters skated at the European Championships. Lorenzato was 10th in the 3,000, and Haugen was 8th in that same race. Haugen, who we've seen often in the distances in the B division on World Cups. Lorenzato as well, both of them regularly in the B division. The skaters trailing behind the time put up by Weideman at the moment, and Horikawa in second place right now. The one 5,000 meters skated earlier this season. They were pretty close to each other, both the skaters in the B division for that 5,000 meters in Stavanger. It was Haugen in 5th, Lorenzato in 4th. Lorenzato almost 7 seconds ahead of Haugen in that one. At the moment, it's Haugen with the advantage. Up through 2,200 meters, closing in on the halfway mark. Haugen still trailing both the times set in the opening pair. 3.5 seconds behind Isabel Weideman in the lead. So we will see if this is another day of Isabel Weideman setting a fast time early on that stands up for a while. Now into the second half of the race. Haugen dropping about a second that time around. Lorenzato closing in about 0.4 of a second. And so Haugen gets to go over the top on this crossover, but for how much longer? Lorenzato taking a good chunk of time out of her rival in this pairing on that last lap. Lorenzato closing right up, it seems. Certainly skating faster than the skater from Norway. Lorenzato now almost hauling a second back that time around. Lorenzato may make the catch this time around. As I mentioned, almost 7 seconds the difference between these two skaters in their times at the European Championships. That was a race won at the European Championships by Irena Stouten, beating her own teammate Elisa Duhl by almost 18 seconds. Of course, don't expect the winning margin to be that big this time, whoever is the winner, but you never know, whoever's on form. Certainly Stouten, 2 gold medals, is feeling it right now.
Looking like she's ready for a solid finish.
Lorenzato has skated into this race, bided her time, didn't let the fact that Sophie Carolina Haugen getting away from her alter her game plan at all. 3 laps to go. Lorenzato 33.6 that time. Big chunk of time lost to Haugen into the 35s, almost 36 seconds there. And you can see their comparative speeds in the bottom right corner. Lorenzato holding on to her speed quite well, still just over 42 kilometers an hour. Haugen slipping into the 30s. 2 to go. Lorenzato, another 33.8. He's behind both the skaters from the first pair. Haugen now 36, losing pretty solid amounts of time.
So in case you just arrived to the Calgary Olympic Oval, you are watching in real time the women's 5,000 meters, 12 and 1/2.
Now the bell. Lorenzato on course to get the 3rd fastest time, but she jumps up ahead of Momoka Horikawa at the final split time. Just slipping into the 34s now. Very balanced race from her.
And the only time to beat Isabel Weideman, 6:55.47.
And Haugen now into the 37th, so would have to say she probably went out a little too quickly. That is a hard fade for her. And to the line, Lorenzato to go second. Yes, she does, just hanging on, 7:04.53. new personal best for the 25-year-old by almost 7 seconds. First personal best of the day. And Sophie Carolina Haugen, 7:16.71. About 20 seconds off her own personal best time.
Is having a great championship meet with her aggression in the mass start to lead it to get a whole bunch of points, and today putting on a show. And her podium could be just her personal best. And what a race for Laura Lanzato from Italy. In the pairing number 3 in the inside lane with a personal best of
Third pair,
7:23.48.
21-year-old from China, Jingwen Jin, and Josie Hoffman of Germany.
And
in the outer lane.
the outer lane with a personal best time of 7:18.17, representing Germany, Jose Hoffman.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both of these skaters were in Norway. The lone time, the 5,000 meters, was skated on World Cup. Jing, both of them in the B division. Jin finished 9th. Hoffman finished in 6th. Her personal best, 7:18.17. That was actually set in that Norway race.
So expect both of them to be relishing an opportunity here to skate a very fast personal best on the fastest ice in the world here in Calgary, Alberta.
So, Leon, I want to talk about recovery time for these skaters after skating their hearts out for 7 minutes, give or take. What kind of recovery time would these skaters experience? Would they need a couple of days? They get on the bike right away, don't they?
Absolutely. The biggest thing is spinning those legs, continuing to pump the blood through.
And in the early going,
Things going.
Hoffman in front. Do not expect those lap times to stay in the 32 seconds.
So to see with the recovery time, let's say there was 2 meets back to back on weekends. Could you skate a 5,000 one weekend, maybe 5,000 the next weekend, and expect to be competitive?
Is Jin leading things around at the moment. 21 years of age. As Hoffman drops into the 34s.
So it's not just spinning it out on the bike after the race. The skaters also do things like cold baths, very cold icy water.
Jin's own personal best in the 5,000 meters was set back in September of 2022 in Beijing. At the ice ribbon there. Of course, the host of the 2022 Winter Olympics, also an earlier stop on the World Cup season. Jin's one's international medal came at the Salt Lake City World Cup this season, where China won the mixed gender relay. Not being held here at these World Championships, but it was brought onto the World Cup for the first time. The mixed relay being held in Salt Lake City and Obihiro in Japan. I'd say controlled chaos, but it wasn't really controlled. A lot of teams went into those mixed relays not having worked at them too much. A lot of the teams were just sort of figuring it out on the fly. And a lot of skater teams also going with younger skaters, because it's ever to be included in an Olympics, and Olympics do like those mixed gender events these days. So by the time it would sneak into Olympics, a lot of these skaters who are younger getting experience with it now would know exactly what they're doing by the time they competed at the Olympics. Very even pair between these two. Just a half second between them at this stage of the race. Personal best, there's about 5 seconds between them, but Jin, 21 years old, and still a lot of personal bests coming out of her, I would imagine. a background in roller speed skating. Has won international medals in that discipline. But like a lot of inline skaters, there's that lure of Olympic medals and skating at the Olympics. So she made the switch over to blades with the goal of competing at an Olympic Winter Games. Hoffman's been doing it since 2016. Hoffman, a member of the German silver medal winning team pursuit side from the European Championships. It's Hoffman in front right now, but Jin certainly with the advantage, getting right up into the slipstream there, getting into the inner lane on that crossover. It looks like another 34-14 for Jin, putting just about 7/10 of a second into Hoffman there, but it looks like Weideman's lead will survive another pair. Potentially a big challenge coming up in the next pair. Irena Schouten against Martina the Great. Martina Sablikova of Czechia. It is still Jin now, dipping into the 33s. Something in reserve for Jin Wenjing. Finishing strong. Let's see if this is start of a trend. Let's see if she does have something left to burn. 2 laps to go. Jin now back into the 34s, 34.29. Fourth fastest time at this split. Hoffman lapping a 35.71. Jin still looking quite smooth, not really labored, the shoulders not rocking. She still just has one arm going, keeping that rhythm. That sweet sound for a distant skater. Jin dipping down now, 34.86, so losing quite a bit of time on those last 2 splits. But still, Jin at the very least on pace for a pretty solid chunk coming out of her personal best. Around the final turn, into the final 100 meters on the home stretch. Jin Wenjing of China drops the arms. She will cross with a 7:08.75, good enough for 4th. But knocking quite a bit out of her old personal best. That was 7:23. And Hoffman, 7:16.80, knocks a good 2.5 off her own personal best time. So 2 skaters who, if you're looking for positives, should be able to find them, having gone faster than they've ever gone before in the grueling, agonizing 5,000 meters. And look who it is. Irena Schouten of the Netherlands, looking to add to her medal tally from this weekend. Defending world champion, defending Olympic champion, against the woman whose longevity of success is near legendary in this sport. Martina Sablikova, the 36-year-old of Czechia.
Go to the start. Red.
Sablikova turns 37 in May, born in 1987. Czechia, or the Czech Republic, didn't come into existence until 1992, with Czechoslovakia remaining in place until then. So a lot of skaters she may be competing against may not actually know that there once was a country called Czechoslovakia, both of them with pretty quick openings, long way to go. But certainly an interesting start. And what is particularly interesting about this race is Sablikova won the World Cup, the only time the 5,000 meters was held. That was in Norway. Irene Schouten skated the B division and set a track record in Norway, going faster than Sablikova. But as has been pointed out to me, in a lot of the distance races in those B divisions, they race in quads instead of just in pairs. And so it changes the air pressure in an arena. It sort of creates a whirlwind effect that may actually help sort of suck skaters along. So can't make an accurate apples to apples comparison. But if you look at the last Olympics with Irene Schouten being the world champion, they didn't do this race at the European Championships earlier this season. Last year in Heerenveen, Sablikova bronze, Schouten in gold, with Ragnar Wiklund of Norway in second. Chasing the time at the moment, set by Isabel Weideman of Canada. These days, if we were to compare the 3,000 and the 5,000, I would have to say that the 5,000 is more to the liking for Martina Sablikova than the 3,000. She's just such a consistent skater. She said she can't go quite as fast as the younger competitors, but in a race that you just find that pace that you can maintain, she has done that better than just about anyone in the history of this sport. And at the moment, even pair between these two. Look at that. It's Schouten now in front by just a few hundredths of a second. Both of the skaters in the low 32s. Will this race just go back and forth between the two skaters? Right now, it's Sablikova carrying the top speed around the corner. And this time around, it looks like it's going to be Sablikova carrying the lead in the time check. But just 0.07 of a second separating these two women. It is Sablikova in front, but then the crossover changes everything. Schouten now, the turn, getting that draft. Might have just come down to who gets a bit of a draft the last time around. Two fantastic skaters just pushing each other. Punch, counter punch, punch, counter punch into the second half of the race. And it's tipped back to Schouten. Just over a quarter of a second advantage now. And is this the move that Schouten can finally snap the elastic and leave Sablikova in her wake? Seems to be showing no ill effects from yesterday's fall in the mass start. Schouten adding 0.3 of a second over Sablikova as Sablikova dips into the 33 range. Sablikova, 7 Olympic medals to her name. She won gold in this distance in both Vancouver and in Sochi. 4th all the way back in Turin. Look at Schouten go, knocking more than 0.6 of a second. This is the shift now for Irene Schouten, adding to her lead.
For reference, Weideman, with 4 to go, is skating around 33 seconds a lap.
Certainly You see the speed checks there. It is now Schouten's advantage. A 32.7, a 33.2 for Sablikova. Still in the green compared to Weideman. So these skaters on pace to go 1-2. That's Sablikova getting to go over the top on that crossover. The time to beat, 6:46.81. And down to the final 2 laps, Schouten, 5:43.89. The last lap time, 32.8. But look out, Sablikova also lapping a 32.8. Is there a final surge from the great veteran? Schouten chasing another world championship. Mouth agape. The suffering is very real now. Here comes the bell. Irene Schouten on for another one. 32.7 lap time. 33.12 for Sablikova. So these skaters on pace for 1 and 2. The track record in Calgary, 6:42.01. Natalia Voronina has the world record at 6:39.02. That one will slip by. And I think the track record is safe for another day. That belonging to Sablikova. Irene Schouten eyeing first place right now. Schouten to the line. She goes fastest by more than 6 seconds. 6:48.98. Sablikova into second at 6:51.88. And with 2 pairs still to go, those will be very, very tough to beat.
In familiar territory in the top position. Sablikova also in familiar territory in the second position. And Weideman holding on to third with 2 more periods to coming up.
Penultimate pair. And it will be up to Joy Buna to try to overhaul her teammate. Also, we cannot look past Ragnar Wiklund, the defending world silver medalist, 23-year-old from Oslo. There is Buna from the eastern part of the Netherlands near the German border. There's Wiklund out of Oslo.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Wiklund is really the story of the early season in the 3,000 meters, picking up World Cup wins in Obihiro and in Beijing, the first 2 stops on the season. But then things started to slip a little bit once they got to Europe. She did win bronze in the 5,000 meters in Stavanger, and then picked up another gold medal in Poland, but it slipped a little bit, as I said. Bronze at the European Championships in the 3,000, 9th in Salt Lake City, and then 5th in Quebec City. So a bit of an enigma this season. Which Ragnar Wiklund will we get today in the women's 5,000 meters? She has admitted, has Wiklund, that she's had some sickness, some back problems the last few months. She admitted coming in that last World Championship she sort of felt like she was flying and full of confidence. She did win the 3,000 meters at the World Championships last year. This year she says she feels like she's coming from behind. And it is Buna off to a fast opening. Wiklund also in the green at the moment. That is very fast right now. Both of them in the 31s. As I always say, as is always the big challenge, sustaining it is the next big thing. Buna, she's got World Cup wins in the 1500. She raced a lot of 15s and 3000s. So is there the endurance in a 5,000 meters? Certainly off to a flyer. And she's certainly more experienced. I wouldn't say experienced the 1500s. The shorter distances maybe more to her liking. So it's a matter of going out fast and just trying to hang on for dear life. World Cup wins in the 1500 in Calgary, 3000 in Salt Lake City. So this is going to be an interesting from Buna. She did not race the only time this race has been on World Cup. She's still in the 31s, down to 31.6. Weekland just a shade over 32.4, both of them in the green at the moment. At the moment, it is still Buna, the faster of the two. Over 45 kilometers an hour, 7 laps to go. Still in the 31s. The live time check in the corner compared to Irene Schouten's time. Buna still 4.5 seconds, adding to her lead. Holding on at the moment. Weekland also adding a little bit compared to the leader's time. Buna still just hanging on to the 31s. Buna was third overall in the World Cup in the distances last year. But it was last season, rather. The Netherlands was DQ'd last year from the World Championships in the team pursuit. It was due to a little bit of exposed skin near the ankle. And it was the safety issue that undid the Dutch side. Of course, they had their revenge on Friday, winning gold in the team pursuit, and Buna was a part of that one, along with Schouten and Marijke Groenewald, who we'll see later on today in the 1500. Buna still 5 seconds to the good over Schouten. Weekland getting closer to potentially falling behind the two. Buna is on a flyer right now, almost 5 seconds. This is now presenting a very real challenge. Joy Buna, 3 laps to go. Still on pace. Weekland slipping just a little bit right on the time of Schouten. But she is losing time as it goes now, is Ragna Weekland. But Joy Buna, if we were to pick one of the Dutch skaters to win, it likely would have been Schouten. But Joy Buna says, don't forget about me, the 24-year-old from Born, near the German border. Still over 4 seconds advantage for Buna. Coming in with a pair of medals from the last World Cup stop in Quebec City. Gold in the 1500, silver in the 3000. She is losing time now. It's just over 3 seconds in the bank, under 3 seconds. Buna is feeling it now, trying to hang on, dropping both the arms. She will get to cross into the inner lane, chasing the time set by her teammate Irene Schouten. Joy Buna just trying to hang on. She does have just over a second and a half to work with into the final strides. Buna to hang on. Yes, she can. 6:47.72. Weekland, 6:52.46. That is more than 5 seconds knocked off her personal best. Love that reaction. She knows she'll be on the podium with one pair to go. She put enough time in the bank early and just held it off for long enough. And in a few minutes, she'll know if she's a world champion. Last pair as hometown favorite, home country favorite rather, Valerie Malte, 33 years old, against Yang Binyu of China.
Go to the start. Red.
Malte was just off the podium. The one time the 4,000 or 5,000 rather was done on World Cup, she was in 4th place. Finished off the podium yesterday in mass start, the event where she won the overall World Cup this season. Her teammate Yvonne Blondet did get up onto the podium. Apparently there was some physical contact in there. We all know Schouten went down early, came back and won. Joy Buna. At the moment, she'll like these early split times. Those are large chunks of time. Yang, also in Stavanger, she put up a new personal best of 7:21.15 and finishing 9th. Lots of races undoubtedly ahead of her, the 21-year-old. Just comparing the personal bests of these two skaters, Malte almost 23 seconds to the good. To Yang, but Yang, as I mentioned, 21. And that's still the age when personal bests come down in quite a hurry. And continuing, Malte in the high 32s, both Buna and Weekland were really in the 31s for quite a while. At the moment, it's Joy Buna, Irena Schouten, and Martina Sablikova. 1, 2, 3. I might have missed that Weekland faded behind Sablikova. And it was Isabel Weinman rounding out the top 5. Coming up after they resurfaced the ice would be the men's 10,000 meters. And then pain of a different sort with the 1500s. A race that's not quite a sprint, not quite a distance event, but it's a lot of suffering condensed in a short period of time. just under halfway through now. Malte, almost 7.5 seconds back of the time set by Joy Buna. So if there is to be some late drama, some afterburners have to be fired sooner rather than later. Buna did lose time going into the last few laps, but not this much. Now into the second half of the race. Malte, 6th fastest at that stage. Yang lapping almost into the 34s on that last time around. At what point do you start celebrating if you're Joy Buna? I would imagine that is coming up pretty soon through 3,000 meters. Another 33.3 lap time for Malte. And Yang perhaps making a surge now, only dropping about 1/4 of a second that time around. Is this her burst? It's been Malte leading wire to wire so far. The former short tracker. 33.3 from Malte. Good and consistent from her these last few laps, just as things are starting to get really hard. Yang, about a 33.7, so still losing a little bit of time there. Malte, her first ever individual event medals that was not mass start this year. A couple of bronze medals in the 3,000 meters. And the final 2 World Cup stops. 3 laps to go now for Malte. 33.8 that time around, still sitting lodged in that 6th fastest time at the moment. And this time, Yang goes faster than Malte. She has a pretty healthy gap to overcome, though. And Malte will get this time around into the inner lane. Joy Buna, pretty safe to say, has won the World Championships here in Calgary. The World Speed Skating Single Distances 5,000 meters. Joy Buna beating her own teammate, Irena Schouten. And it looks very much like the great Martina Sablikova will get another World Championship medal. She was aiming to perhaps be the world's oldest world champion. She's looking to be, the Bob de Jong and Joey Mantia were both 35 when they won their last world championships. Malte coming around to the bell. What's left in the tank here? 35.29 that lap time. 33.98. So Yang on a big surge now as Malte starts to fade. Malte will get that inner lane, but as the legs start to fail her, having that inner lane won't mean as much. Malte trying to hang on to take the pair. She does have a good advantage against a hard-charging Yang Binyu. And it is Malte who will hang on to take the final pair. And cross with a 7:02.61. Yang closed up 7:03.74, 6th and 7th. There's your world champion, Joy Buna of the Netherlands. One and two for the Netherlands. And indeed, Martina Sablikova with the bronze medal. Buna talking about how she won medals in 1500s on World Cup this season. And it was all a matter of going out and trying to hang on, and that is exactly what she did. Schouten silver, Sablikova bronze. Confirmation of the results. Netherlands 1-2, Czechia in third, Ragnar Weekland of Norway in fourth, and Isabel Weideman rounding out the top five. They are flooding the ice. Take a break wherever you may be in the world. Back with you on the other side for the men's 10,000 meters. That's coming up in just over 15 minutes time. Once again, my name is Gavin Day, and I will be back with you in just a few moments.
présentons maintenant les gagnantes du 5000 mètres femmes.
The medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J. Yul Kim. Our top 3 skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own tributes group presented by Ed McCauley, President of the University of Calgary. And joining the medalists today also are Ginny Chon from Ichiban Speed Skating Speeders, Cameron Duncan, Banff Canmore Speed Skating Club, and Ben Jesney from the Calgary Grizzlies Speed Skating Club. And in third place, winner of the bronze medal, skating a time of 6:51.88, representing the Czech Republic, Martina Sablikova. Second place and winner of the silver medal, skating a time of 6:52.88,
Couple minutes away from the start of the men's 10,000 meters.
Beauty and grace and speed all wrapped into one.
6 pairs, 12 skaters. Long, long races. Opening pair, Sander Eitrem of Norway, and Casey Dawson of the United States. Eitrem, Contour. And Casey Dawson, the 5,000 meter Four Continents champion, Salt Lake City, a couple weeks ago.
Go to the start. Red.
And once again, we can really just look to the one time this has been held on World Cup to try to handicap this thing. Of course, there are the favorites, the likes of Davide Giotto of Italy, who skates in the final pair. Dawson, for his part, was 10th in the one time this was 10,000 meters held on World Cup. That was in Stavanger in Norway. The same weekend where, of course, the women raced 5,000 meters for the one time. The men do 10,000 for the one time this season. Eitrem on home ice, the 22-year-old finished in 7th place. So the ultimate race of pacing and just knowing how much punishment your body can suffer for how long. I mentioned Dawson's Four Continents 5,000 meters. That came at the expense of Ted-Jan Blumen, who finished in 2nd in the 10,000 meters in Norway. So a lot of this just depends on who's on a really good day. As we just saw with Joy Buna, who didn't even skate this distance the one time on World Cup this season, then comes out and becomes world champion. And I always like telling Dawson's story to Beijing. Of course, that was really at the height of the pandemic, or at the height of restrictions anyway. 2 weeks before the games, tests positive for COVID-19, unable to go to Beijing and acclimate with his team. Stayed in Salt Lake, continued training, felt no symptoms, and took 45 tests. And after finally getting 4 negative tests in a row, he's allowed to board a plane to Beijing. And he landed 12 hours before his first race. It was supposed to be the men's 1,500 meters. And of course, it wouldn't be a flight story if your luggage doesn't arrive. And of course, that is the case. Equipment lost along the way. And he borrowed some equipment from the Latvian skater Harold Silovs. Of course, I then go off on another tangent about Harold Silovs, who competed in both short and long track at the same Olympic Games. That was back in 2010. Anyway, so after passing a further test in Beijing, borrowing equipment, then Casey Dawson can compete at the Olympics. The 1,500, he faced 28th. And then just 1 week later, he is part of the team pursuit side that claimed bronze behind Norway and the ROC. So a whole lot of work, and he got to come away with it, rewarded with an Olympic bronze medal. But at the moment, it is Eitrem who is out in front. might have mentioned he was 7th in the World Cup stop in Stavanger earlier this season. Lives in Skrea, which is pretty much due north of Oslo. And it's just outside of Hamar, the site of the famous Viking ship oval, hosted the 1994 Olympics. That is a legacy of those games. Eitrem's personal best time was set in Hamar just over a year ago, 13:04.24. The 22-year-old, certainly lots of time to keep bringing that personal best time down. Dawson's personal 10,000 meters time, 12:58.42, set back in October of 2022. Dawson won't turn 23 until August out of Park City. Of course, that's where, not far from Kearns, which is the site of the Utah Olympic Oval. These ovals proving to be good legacies from those games. At the moment, it is still Eitrem leading the way. Going through Eitrem lapping 31:09. 14 laps to go. Dawson down at 31:3. Just over 5 seconds off the pace. Fish, former world record holder of Canada, is in the next pair. Time 12:33.86. That was his world record, I might add. Of course, it's now held by Niels van der Poel at 12:30.74. The 10,000 meters is the one, let's say, traditional speed skating distance. 500,000, 1,500, 5,000, 10,000 for men. That is not set in Salt Lake City. The world's fastest ice has just about everything else except for that 10,000 meters by Niels van der Poel. The Swedish great. He set that one in Beijing, of course, at the Olympics in 2022. Still lapping in 31.3s. Good consistency from him. Eitrem clocking over 47 kilometers an hour, coming up to 6,000 meters, and he's dipping into the 30s, 30.79. So Eitrem staying nicely balanced. Another 31.3 by Dawson. These are very even lap times. Not a lot of deviation. Dawson is trailing, but I'm sure he's looking at those lap times, or he's seeing the lap board that comes up and sees it being exactly the same just about every time. He would likely see 1.3. That, of course, means 31.3. Eitrem under 31 once again. And Dawson now dipping it down to 31.2. So there is still a long way to go. Plenty of time for those lap times to start to take a nosedive. But they are very, very evenly paced right now. Trem, just over 31 seconds that time around. Dawson down to a 31-1, and so this part of the tactics for Dawson to start to pick it up just a little bit. He is still losing time, but he's just over 7 seconds off the pace. Trem's personal best time, 13:04.24. The first pair of 6. He'll set the provisional fastest time. Another one back under 31 seconds. Trem putting together a very tidy race, and Dawson at 31-2. Just losing time by drips and drabs. Not losing huge chunks of time is Dawson, and he's not tailing off on a lot of his lap times. They are staying quite even. Is this another one? Just over 31 for Trem. This is one of those races. The more you do it, you'll know what kind of punishment your body can put yourself through. And so for a 22-year-old like Trem, it's a 31-1 for Dawson too. So both of these men kind of knowing what pacing they can put through right now. Through 8,000 meters. Again, Trem under 31. This is a clinic of consistency. The track record, bringing it up. Ted Jan Blumen, 12:33.75. It was set back in December of 2022. About 10 months after Niels van der Poel broke the world record. Mouth agape, starting to show the pain. Now he's down to 31-2. Not a huge drop off of time. Dawson, identical lap times between these two men. To go. The suffering is almost over. Another 31-2. Dawson slipping a bit to 31-4. Not a huge drop off though. Almost done. 2 laps to go. Quick check down. Trem certainly feeling it right now, but still managing to go 31-7. Trying to maintain his form, trying to keep his technique, trying to put everything into the legs, keep the arm going. Keep the legs from turning over, or keeping them turning over, mind you. Keeping them from turning over is not what you want to do. 31-9 for Trem on that last lap. Dawson, 31-4-2, knocking half a second out. Not going to catch him, that's for sure. But a solid finish from Casey Dawson, the American. Trem is going to set provisionally the fastest time. Is he going to get under 13 minutes? Oh, the lights are just about out. Dropping the arms. One final burst. Exhausted. Crossing 13:01.71. Not quite under 13, but a new personal best. Dawson goes 13:08.35. Solidly a fastest lap there of the two skaters. Dawson has gone under 13 minutes, so not quite his personal best, but a new one for Trem.
And that's how this race completed, setting the tone for the rest of the 5 pairings. Personal best by entrance
just one pair. 5 to go. Second one has Riku Tsuchiya of Japan against Graham Fish. As I mentioned, the former world record holder. Both of these skaters 26 years old.
And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 12:33.86, representing our country of Canada, Graham Fish.
Go to the start. Red.
Fish's 10,000 meter world record came in what was essentially just a glorious 2 days for him at the 2020 World Speed Skating Single Distance Championships. He won bronze in the 5,000 meters one day, and then the next day, gold medal in the 10,000 meters with that new world record. It just hasn't been able to really maintain it. Consistency has been the story for him. Tsuchiya, both of these men 26 years old, both of them in the lone time in the 10,000 meters on World Cup this season were in the B division. Fish finishing in 4th, Tsuchiya finishing in 7th place. Fish's world record was set just over 4 years ago, February 14th, 2020. And then a year later, exactly a year later, a man named Vanderpool from Sweden broke the record by almost a full second. Fish broke it at the World Championships in Salt Lake City, 2020, and Vanderpool broke it in Heerenveen in 2021, and then almost exactly a year after that, broke it again at the Olympic Games in Beijing. Fish off to an early start, strong early start, lapping in the low 30 seconds.
He maintains this pace, he'd be looking at a 12:40 something.
Graham is a medal contender. We'll find
As always, these distance races, getting up to speed is one thing, keeping it there is the next challenge. And some of the guys we'll see later on, the likes of Blumen, Patrick Rust, Davide Giotto, are the masters of knocking out those consistent speeds race after race after race. Nice. This helped Fish refine some of that form.
And by age standards, he's still very, very young, especially when you put beside Ted who's 37.
2,000 meters, he is the fastest skater, 30.74, so he's about a second and a half ahead of the time set by Itrem.
So Graham Fish banking some time early in this race.
Leo, is there any validity that maybe the older one gets better the faster they can go?
These men still do have potentially long careers ahead of them. These distant skaters. Ted-Jan Blumen, for once, is not the oldest skater in the field. Jorrit Bergsma of the Netherlands, the great veteran, back for one more kick at things here. He's 38. So both of these skaters at 26. There's still plenty of road ahead of them. So look at Tsuchiya, who born in and living in Karuizawa, which is in the Nagano region, talking a bit the other day about how a lot of skaters are up north on Hokkaido at that Obihiro Oval. It seems there are fewer skaters in the Nagano area where the M-Wave is located, holds the legacy of the 1998 Olympic Games. But Riku Tsuchiya is one of those skaters in the Nagano area. Tsuchiya lists one of his hobbies as visiting hot springs. And if you have ever taken a dip in an onsen in Japan, you would respect that opinion greatly. Tsuchiya, member of the team pursuit side for Japan that won bronze at the Four Continents Championships earlier this season. Fish still lapping around 30.7. So he is on a good race for him. Tsuchiya dropping about a second back that lap alone. Fish from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. The latest in a long line of great speed skaters out of central Canadian province. Of course, the great Katrina LeMaidon is from Saskatchewan, the great sprinter. Yesterday, the Oval hosted a ceremony honoring Canada's 2010 men's team pursuit side that won gold in Vancouver. That team also had a skater from Saskatchewan. That would be Lucas Mikowski. Mathieu Giroux and Denny Morrison also a member of that side. But Fish still lapping consistently, 30.7. Tsuchiya losing just about a second every lap. Comparing the two men's personal bests, it's almost 45 seconds difference between them, but of course that personal best time for Fish was that world record time, and he's not really been able to match it just yet. But Fish now, 30.4, taking good chunks of time out of Itrem's leading time at the moment. Tsuchiya another 31.6. Through the halfway point, Fish at 30.3 that lap time, so bringing it down. And so he may be feeling it today. His season best time was set in Quebec City in January, 13:09.78, and he is on pace to go below 13 minutes. Skated that at a Canada Cup event at the new indoor oval in Quebec City, a 30.3 for Fish. And there's the live split, adding time as he goes, and the longer he keeps going in the low 30 seconds, he is going to knock out a season's best by a pretty wide margin. And he does it again, 30.3 into 10 laps to go. The fastest time in the world this season is Patrick Rust of the Netherlands, 12:47.21. That was at the Dutch Single Distance Championships in December. Dutch skaters have 1 through 6 in the fastest 10,000 meter times this season. And into 30.29, Fish feeling it now. And if he's in pain, his face is not showing much right now, staying relaxed. Almost 6 seconds ahead of Itrem's time. Tsuchiya lapping at 32.6. Through 6,800 meters, is he keeping it low 30s? Even faster, Graham Fish. Is this the form of old that the Canadian is feeling? 26 years old. Continuing to add time. The Canadian fans cheering on one of their own. Is he going to do it again? 30.06. Fish. He's the flying fish right now.
He's keeping these lap times very compressed. This is a good sign for him.
There has been no let up. He is going faster and faster. The former world record holder. Tsuchiya lapping a 32.5. Fish coming around to try to negative split again and does 30.04. Fish now perhaps getting a carrot on the horizon, potentially making a catch of his pair. There's still a ways to go before that happens. Actually, not that far with 2,000 meters to go. 30.4, so that's a good chunk of time. Not disastrous by any stretch of the imagination, but he dropped about 0.4 of a second now. Now this could get interesting here with the two skaters on the same lane. Tsuchiya would of course give way as best he can. He wouldn't want to get in the way and interfere with what is a very fast time, but Fish will get the slightest of draft opportunities, a 30.5, so just losing 1/10 of a second, but he is almost 10 seconds ahead of the time set by Sander Eitrem. Tsuchiya. You don't want the catch made around the corner. Ideally, it's done on the straightaway, and Tsuchiya going on the inside and then getting back into the right lane. Smoothly done with a minimum of drama by Fish. Back down to 30.3. Fish on course to set the fastest time by a wide margin. And how long could this one last? Fish, former world champion, former world record holder, finding some of that form at home. 2 to go. What will this split be? 30.5. Again, not dropping that much time. And we do know that Eitrem did lose a good chunk of time on that last lap. And Fish the home fans booing him on. There is the pain now. Now he can let it seep in. A 31.02. 12 seconds ahead of Sander Eitrem's time. The home crowd trying to push him through the final 200 meters. That is no smile, although it may start seeping in. Graham Fish going to go atop the leaderboard with 4 more pairs to go, and might this one last for a good while. Graham Fish, both arms down. Graham Fish will set the fastest time, 12:48.61. And Tsuchiya still has a lap to go. That time by Graham Fish is the second fastest time in the world this season, just behind Patrick Rust, who goes in just a few pairs. But Graham Fish, well-deserved plaudits from the home crowd. And Tsuchiya will cross 13:27.84. Not near his personal best time. But Graham Fish, shots fired to the rest of the field. Chinese pair, Wu Yu and Wang Shuaihan. And the next one. Wu 26, Wang 21.
Personal best time of 13:20.96. Also representing China, Wang Shuhan.
Go to the start. Red.
And these two men always using that metric of the one time it was done on World Cup this season. Wu in the B division finishing in third, and Wang putting up a new personal best also in the B division coming in fifth. And their own personal bests are about 1.7 seconds difference between the two. And after a race that's 10,000 meters long, the 1.7 seconds apart is not that different. So on a day, whose day ever it might be, I think this is even odds to whoever takes the pair. And in the early going, it's Wu in the green. A long way to go. So Wu did a 10,000 meters just over a month ago at the 14th Winter Games at the People's Republic of China. He skated a 13:35.73. It was at an oval in Hailar in China. The winner that day, Wu Yu, his rival. Wu skated a new personal record on that day at 13:16.51. Track record there as well. If you're wondering, where is Hailar in China? Well, let me tell you. It is pretty close. It's way up in northeast China, tucked into a spot not far from both the Russian and the Chinese or Mongolian borders. Getting pretty far north there. So I'm not sure if Wu's personal best was updated. Anyway, looks like Wu Yu was the winner there, and Wang Shuaihan finished in third. We don't do 10,000 meters that often. As I mentioned, just the once on the World Cup this season. The distances overall standings is largely the 5,000, with the occasional 10,000. But when it's a race like this, you're trying to peak at the big events. And so just under a year ago at the Chinese National Championships, again at 10,000 meters, Wang Shuaihan was 6th. That was his old season's best last season, a 14:01.50. So knocking a good chunk out of that time. Obviously the difference between outdoor and indoor ovals and elevation and not and all that. Wu Yu was second on that day in March of 2023. So it seems at the moment Wu Yu is clocking the better times, but Wang Shuaihan has that thing called youth. 5 years to work with before he catches his great teammate at the moment. It is Wu out in front, marking a 31-4 the last time around. 32-2 for Wang. So Wang may be unfamiliar with skating on the Calgary ice. Some adapting to when you're used to the ice that you have to really dig in and work and take shorter strides when suddenly you have that longer glide at elevation. It's a different feeling, something to adapt to. Wu clocking a 32-1, so he's in the ballpark of Fish at the moment. Still under 5 seconds off the pace. Fish for a long time though was in the 30 seconds. So Wu will have to start to inch those laps down. Oh, bit of a wobble there from him. Lose some form there. Got to return to your groove there. Get back into the rhythm. 31.6 that time. Now we're just about 5.5 seconds off the pace. And so Fish's time looks like it's more and more likely going to survive the first challenge of the day. Picking it up now, 31-2 the lap time. So after losing some time there, he decides to shift it back up. Wu from a city called Jinzhou. That one is just almost due east of Beijing, right along the water. 31-3 there that time. Into that rhythm, still in the 31, low 31 second range. Another one at the 31.4s. But a testament to just how fast Graham Fish was going. He was in the 30 seconds for a long while, and so it's about a second a lap that he's losing. To Graham Fish's time. Wang into the 34, so this could be another pairing where we'll see a catch made into the final 10 laps. Another one, 31-4 for him. So Wang crossing just as Wu starts to enter the home stretch, and there's still a long way to go. Would have to feel a catch is all but inevitable. 6,400 meters to go, 9 laps or to go complete, 9 laps to go. Wu dropping it down to 31.2 this time. Of course, as the fatigue starts to settle in and the brain starts to go a little fuzzy, as you start to just feel the exhaustion, the coaches pointing you to the right lane becomes all the more important. You can forget 2010 when the great Sven Kramer ended up going into the wrong lane. When it happened, the Korean coaches and staff started celebrating because they knew what had happened, and that led to a Korean skater, a winning the gold medal. Lee Seung-hoon put up an Olympic record. Cromer disqualified, of course, for going into the wrong lane. So underlining the importance of just someone reminding you of what lane to go into. Ooh. Looks like fatigue is really starting to settle in. He dropped his arm there before briefly getting both hands behind his back and now gets it going around the corner. Perhaps not certain what to do. Do I keep the arm going or do I just get it behind my back? Looks like the catch will be made, if not on this back stretch, on the home stretch. Let's see how smoothly this one goes. Wang graciously lets Wu through. Minimal drama. After this, they will flood the ice for the second half of the pairings. And Wu still consistently 31-3. He's more than 15 seconds off the pace, but he is lapping very steadily. This time around for Wu. Picking things up. Got something in reserve. Not really going to challenge Fish's time, barring the unforeseen. But he is in line for a solid finish. Down to 3 laps to go. And again, a 31-2. So we'll look back and see he skated a very even race. Wang lapping in the 35's already been lapped. Just a minute off the pace set by Fish. Now down to 2. What's this split? Another one, 31-4, dropping a tiny bit of time. Wang dipping under 35 seconds this lap. And he'll have the most beautiful sound in distance speed skating. The ringing of the bell. And Wu, 12:35, his last lap, 31-2, another consistent lap, bringing it down a little bit more. So currently sitting 3rd fastest at that last split. And we'll see how things finish one final time. Wu Yu coming around the corner to the line, and he will stop the clock. 13:06.93, good enough for 3rd. A last lap, 31-1, and that is smashed his personal best. That's good enough for 3rd at the moment. There is the bell for Wang. A very long day for him. Appreciates the support. All the skaters deserving a hearty round of applause for the suffering they put their bodies through in this distance. Wang cheered on by the crowd. Nationality doesn't matter. This is all about humanity, knowing when someone's put an effort in. And Wang will go 14:01.72 last lap there, bringing it down 34 seconds his last lap time. So at the moment. Graham Fish of Canada, 12:48.61. Sander Eitrem of Norway, 13:01.71. And in third at the moment, Wu Yu, 13:06.93. They will flood the ice. Fresh sheet of ice coming back for the decisive three pairs in the men's 10,000 meters. Plenty of time to catch a break. Back with you shortly.
We have some trivia to do during the break here. We have some brand new speed skating fans. Who do we got here? Carter, Jack. We got Carter, Jack. First time watching speed skating, right? Have you learned a lot already or what? Well, we're going to put that to the test. We have some trivia on the board. If you know the answer, help these kids out. We're trying to send them home with some SSC swag. So the first question, how many laps is the 1,000 meter? Is it A, 2 laps, B, 2.5 laps, or C, 3 laps? A lot of people are saying 3 in the south stands, but I would lean towards maybe a B, like a 2.5. That's how they want to say it's C, or they say it's B. Is it B on the board? It's B. All right, one step closer. All right, we're going to go with the second question. What color armband does the skater starting on the inner lane wear? Is it A, red, B, white, or C, yellow? So, who thinks it's red? Not a lot of people around. Who thinks it's B? No more noise. It's C, yellow, no whites. Which one do you think it is, boys? Final answer? They're logging it in. Is it white? That is correct. There we go. One more question to get. And they're going home with some SSC swag that you can get at the top deck. Last question. How many laps is the 10,000 meter? We're watching it right now. I know it's a crazy long race. Is it A, 10 laps, B, 25 laps? As a sprinter, this resonates with me. I get exhausted just thinking about how long it is. 25? Is it 25?
the Olympic Oval. And then we have event suppliers. And there are a number of them, so bear with me. Balboa Sport, Print Tree, Rico, Aloft Hotel Calgary. I know a number of you are staying at many of these hotels. In fact, they're probably sold out. Best Western plus Village Park Inn, Alt Hotel, Calgary. Calgary Stampede, Regatta Sport, Chorus Entertainment, Joe Media, Inc., FM Systems, Launch Point Event Systems, Planet Coffee, Inspired Go, Old Dutch Foods, and one more, U-Haul. So these sponsors are absolutely key. So when you get an opportunity, please patronize these businesses at every opportunity as a way of saying thank you for supporting this and other speed skating events. So please join me in putting your hands together one last time and thanking our sponsors, partners, and community. Thank you very much. And one more group of people I want to acknowledge before I turn it over to DJ Majesty to pump us up ahead of the 2:07 start time is the organizing committee. A well-oiled machine. Hopefully everybody goes home and says, wow, that was an incredible event. All about the athletes. They put on a show, but it was seamless for you as a spectator. Big shout out to Jill Lynch, Nicole Wilkinson, Elaine Boudet, Vivicky Herman Scouten, Mitch Langaden, Jeff Edwards, Graham Childs, Emily Lund, Mark Messer, Dustin Miller, Sean Ireland, Greg Punnert, John Little, Robert Porter, Kristen Parkinson, Luke Genetzi, Cameron McLeod, Antonia Viola, Chris Dornan, Matt Gillespie, Paul Weber, and Reese Williamson Dara. Put your hands together and thank the organizing committee. We appreciate everything you've done. DJ Majesty, take it away.
And then he says you can find organic fully based on dehydrated milk. And then you have milk like it's send me the recipe and I'm like too much work. And
2 minutes to race time. 2 minutes to race time. The referees for today's men's 10,000 meters, Barry de Jong from the Netherlands, and the starter has Blair Tomlin from Canada.
Second half of the men's 10,000 meters coming up. You see the remaining pairs. Ted-Jan Blumen, Jorrit Bergsma. Two men on the podium last year in the World Championships in this distance. Patrick Rust and Michele Malfatti. And then the final pair, Bart Swings and Davide Giotto. Here's a look at the leader. Graham Fish casually walking behind the fans at the moment. A few family members realizing, oh my, it's Graham Fish. Let's see just how fast that time was, because both of these two men are certainly capable of putting through impressive 10,000 meter times. The two oldest men in the field, Jorrit Bergsma, 38 years old, and that man, Ted-Jan Blumen, 37.
Go to the start. Red.
It is a battle of the former Olympic champions. Bergsma, 2014 in Sochi. Blumen, 2018 in Pyeongchang. And Bergsma, interesting story. He initially really didn't qualify for World Cups this season. He did skate the 110K in Norway, in Stavanger, finishing in 4th place. Blumen finished in 2nd on that day. The winner, Davide Giotto, he goes in the final pair. Both chasing the time set by Graham Fish, the former world record holder, former world champion. He's just thrown down the second fastest time in the world this season in the men's 10,000 meters. Bergsma's personal best, 12:37.72. That was set back in 2020 in Heerenveen at home. Blumen, 12:33.75. It's the track record in Calgary. Both of these men are the elder statesmen in the field. Blumen lapping under 30 seconds. The Four Continents, which was a 5,000. He did start out fast and faded. That's when Casey Dawson picked up the victory. I'm sure there was a lot to break down from that race to assess. And he did return to the podium on World Cup. Another one under 30 seconds. So early salvos from Ted-Jan Blumen, making some damage so far. Blumen won bronze in the 5,000 meters in Salt Lake, and then gold in Quebec City, also at home. See if he also benefits from that home crowd. Bergsma behind early. His season's best time was the Dutch Single Distance Championships at the end of December, 12:54.87. That was just behind Patrick Rust, who was the winner that day, 1 and 2. But in the early going, Blumen It is the 2018 Olympic champ getting the better of the 2014 Olympic champ, and already Blumen, 30.2 lap time. He is already over 3 seconds ahead of his compatriot. Bergsma still lapping 30.8, so not slow by any stretch of the imagination. Bergsma is from Oldbourne in the Netherlands, just to the northeast of Amsterdam. Blumen, originally born in Leiderdorp in the Netherlands, that's just to the southwest between Amsterdam and Rotterdam. So about 2 hours drive between the two men's birthplaces. Now, Blumen putting down a very fast time through 3,600 meters, a 30.2. He's just under 5 seconds ahead of Fish's time. 30.7 from Bergsma. There's a long back half of the race to go. Bergsma, in addition to that 2014 Olympic gold medal, also has a silver medal in the Olympics. There's a comparison of the Niels van der Poel world record time, so just under a second off the pace. That world record set in Beijing. Blumen currently, so he's losing a bit of time. Bergsma also has 3 world single distances gold medals in the 10,000 meters, 4 silver medals. So he knows what he's doing. We'll see if he's just feeling the legs today. Look at those split times from Van der Poel, 30.1. Blumen, about 0.4 of a second off those split times. Looks like it's an A-OK from where you want to be right now. Bergsma, a 30.6 lap time. Bergsma did fracture his shoulder blade in June of last year. So not something you want to happen, obviously, heading into the new season. He tried to avoid a scooter during a roller skating training session. And he really just stuck to the bike indoors until about August of last year, until he got back on the ice. So certainly missed some time there. Blumen, a 30.5. He is almost 5.5 seconds ahead of Fish's time. Comparison with Fish's time. He put in a 30.3. Blumen losing 0.4 of a second there, but he's still 5 seconds ahead. A lot can change with 11 laps to go, though. Bergsma, a 30.6. So he is staying very consistent. What does that man have in reserve? Blumen dropping another almost 0.6 of a second. Those aren't insignificant amounts of time. There's still plenty of laps to go. And here comes Bergsma just a little bit. love those splits to compare to Fish. He put a 30.29 last lap. Blumen a 30.82, so losing bits of time as he goes. Still 4 seconds in the bank. Bergsma with a 30.49. Is his big shift about to come now? The battle of two vastly experienced skaters. Blumen a 30.8 this time, now just over 0.3 of a second. Graham Fish has to be watching this one, thinking his chances are getting better each time around. Bergsma just knocked off 0.3 of a second. So inching closer, and his turnover seems to be higher than Blumen. Might just be a measured glide from the great Canadian. Through 7,200 meters, a 31.2. It's 2 seconds now. It's ebbing away bit by bit by bit. Bergsma taking 0.9 of a second out of Blumen that lap. Now the tables are turning. The teeter-totter is tipping the other way. Is Bergsma making a charge now? Look out. Jorrit Bergsma closing in on Ted-Jan Blumen. It's now just 0.6 of a second. You have to feel Fish is going to be staying P1. Bergsma a 30.3 lap time. That is a huge chunk of time being taken out. And he is within a few strides of Blumen. Yes, there is the crossover. Yes, Blumen is onto the inner lane this time around. But it's almost a feeling of delaying the inevitable. 2,000 meters to go. Might as well be an eternity. Ted-Jan Blumen with a 31.4. Jorrit Bergsma a 30.1. So Fish's time looks to be safe. And Bergsma just gobbling up big chunks of time. He will duck into the inner lane this time, and might the pass be made any moment. Ted-Jan Blumen fading just a little bit, and when I say just a little bit, it is quite a sizable chunk. 31.5 to Blumen. Bergsma 30.08. And there is the pass, but Bergsma going to the outer lane. Blumen trying to get sucked along a little bit into that draft. What's left? He goes back in front. There is Fish being a good teammate, cheering on Blumen. Blumen back into a 30.5. Bergsma a 30.2. Blumen finding something in reserve. The questions have been asked. He's trying to answer. Is this second wind from the Canadian? Bergsma still lapping a 30.2. What is this lap going to be? 2 laps to go. Blumen 30.1. Bergsma 29.94. Fish still has just under 2 seconds ahead of these two men, but Bergsma seemingly answering there. But is this a surge from Ted-Jan Blumen? The home crowd giving him a push. Blumen's penultimate lap time coming up right here. He goes 29.74. He's back under Fish's time. Bergsma losing it to 30.7. Is this the moment? Ted-Jan Blumen, he's back in the green with 1 lap to go, finding the last reserve bits of energy. Ted-Jan Blumen going to win the pair, closing in on the top of the leaderboard. His finishing time is 12:47. Even he goes fastest. Oh my! A 12:59.1 for Bergsma, so he just faded late. An impressive surge from the Dutch veteran, just losing it near the end. But Ted-Jan Bloemen was losing time in the back half of the race, shifted into another gear, just floored it, and he goes on top. And a consummate teammate, Fish, seeing his lead disappear, but still happy to see his teammate who unzipped the skin suit before the finish line. But Ted-Jan Bloemen makes it 1 and 2 for Canada. And the dramatic collapse. That's the fastest time in the world this year. Woo. And there's still 2 pairs to go. Patrick Rust, who until a few moments ago had the fastest time in the world this season. Michele Malfatti, Italy.
Go to the start. Red.
So 25 laps. See what these two men have. And in the only apples to apples comparison we have this season, that one race in Stavanger, it was Malfatti in 3rd. Rust was in 8th place. So the gauntlet has been thrown down. We'll see if either of these men can pick it up. Canadians 1 and 2 at the moment. And through lap number 1, both of them are in the green, but we've seen so many ebbs and flows in this race. No one summed that up more than Ted-Jan Bloemen. He was losing big chunks of time in the middle of the race and then just emptied the tank. Put him in 1st place. And Bergsma looked like he had all of the momentum in the second half of the race, closing things up as he went along, but then just made his move perhaps a little bit too soon, didn't have the endurance to finish it off. And so it's Bergsma in 3rd place right now. 4 very good skaters remaining. Rust. Both now that time set by Bloemen. Couple of seconds now. Last year it was Rust just off the podium. And he finished just over 1 second behind Bloemen, who had won bronze. Fish was in 5th. Malfatti didn't contest this last year at the World Championships. At the moment, identical lap splits, but they are both over 3 seconds in arrears of Ted-Jan Bloemen's time. up on his feet yet? Now ticking into the 30s. Alfati 3.62 behind. Patrick Rust 4.3. Is behind Blumen's time. Don't think the story is told just yet. The drama is still to come. Both of them 30.7, 30.89 for Rust. So Malfatti inching away from Rust, but not by very much. Malfatti is from Trenton. Right up there in northern Italy. It's in the Tyrol region. So we're getting up to the border with Switzerland and Austria. Not far from Innsbruck, which we know is a big speed skating hub. There's been plenty of international events over the years. It's in the Tyrol region. That was Malfatti. Still in front. Both of the men still lapping under 31. The gap is going back out a little bit more. Very comparable times for these two men. What is their strategy is the big question. They're giving up some time early. Is it all with the plan to release the beast in the second half of the race? 30.6 for Rust, 30.9 for Malfatti. Now momentum seemingly with Rust's time. Very even pair between these two. Rust's personal best time is a whopping 26 seconds faster than Malfatti. Malfatti dipping now into the 31s. Rust, though, 30.3. Is this advantage Rust, at least in this pair? Looks like he is starting to bring it to another level into the second half of the race. A 30.2. Malfatti 30.7. We know that there was that big lull by Blumen before his late surge. And if Rust can keep getting low 30 seconds, things will start to get very interesting indeed. And a 30.03. Patrick Rust is on a flyer. At least for the moment. 5.59. He is deciding now is the time to perhaps turn the screws. How does he look? You be the judge. Looks pretty composed. Almost 48 kilometers an hour. A 30.14, 4.82 the difference. Rust, a multiple-time world all-around champion. His only gold medals, or his only gold medal rather, was last season in Heerenveen individually. He was fourth in the 10,000. Otherwise, he has team pursuit gold medals. silver in Inzel in 2019 is his best 10,000 meter result. Let's see if he's nailed the tactics today. 8 laps to go, another 30.15. It's down to 3.5 seconds. How measured is this race going? We know Bergsma surged but couldn't sustain it. Rust, the man in front. Malfatti not able to keep touch. Rust now just over 48 kilometers an hour, carrying that speed around the corner. .3. It's now 2.6 seconds. It was about the last 2 or 3 that Blumen found his form again. Malfatti 31.8. That last lap time. Don't think he will be a factor. All eyes on the man in orange. Trying to do the Dutch double in the longer distances today. 1 and 2 in the women's 5,000 meters. 30.4 the lap time. It's now 1 3/4 seconds. Rust closing in. Is that a grimace? Is he starting to feel it? The head drops a little bit. Study the body shape. What's left? Just going both hands behind the back right now with 2,000 meters to go. A 30.6. The gap is a second. A blink of an eye. Well, a little more than that, but still, the drama is still there. Is the head dropping? Is Rust tiring? I asked the questions. It's up to him to answer it right now. We'll see what's left with Rust. Into the final 1,600 meters now. Blumen, this was about the time he surged. It's half a second. The difference right now. Rust sitting behind the 2 Canadians. How has he timed his effort? What does Rust have left? Is he fading? He has one hand on the leg with 3 laps to go. And he's losing a bit. 31-1. Rust down to 4th. Has he lost the momentum? What is left for Patrick Rust? 4th last year. Will he be bitten by it again? The Canadians, for the moment, 1 and 2. Looking every stride like it is going to happen again, or stay that way rather. 2 laps to go, and Rust losing more time, 30.8. Blumen at this point was back in the 29s. And everything is left. Everything he has is being left on the ice, and it just might not be enough. One hand on the leg. There's the bell. For so long he was closing, but he is now, I don't think, inside of Blumen. Blumen might have survived the charge. And Rust now, everything he can just to get back onto the podium. He's down to 4th, Malfatti in 6th. Into the final 100 meters. Gold medal perhaps out of sight. Podium also disappearing from view. Patrick Rust goes to 3rd. He just gets back on. 12:50.32. And so Patrick Rust knocks off his teammate. Malfatti will cross 13:07.01 for 7th. So Rust, a shake of the head. Not guaranteed to be on the podium. That man is guaranteed to be on the podium. Ted-Jan Blumen, the 2nd oldest man in the field, showing them how it's done. Canadians 1 and 2, Dutch skaters 3 and 4. One final pair. And there is the defending world champion. Not that man. He's the back-to-back mass start champion, defending his title yesterday. Bart Swings, 33-year-old from Belgium. And that man, Otto, the defending champion.
Go to the start. Red.
What is always so interesting about Giotto, so often silver medalist on World Cup when it was the 5,000 meters. He was silver medalist the other day in the 5,000. One time the 10,000 meters was done on World Cup this season, it was the man in the Azzurri, Davide Giotto. So if the form book is to be followed, and not that it has been, but if it is for once, Giotto silver again in the 5,000, and this would be his race. But Ted Jan Blumen peaking when it matters most at home in the 10,000 meters, laying down the challenge, and it's up to Giotto to put up the fastest time in the world this season to defend his championship. And in the early going, just a couple laps in, a long, long way to go, mind you, he is on pace. Giotto, born and lives in Vicenza, another northern Italian city. It's in between Milan and Venice, and so I think it goes without saying, although I'm going to say it anyway, 2026 probably underlined in bold on his calendar. Milan Olympics. He's slipped a little bit behind now. Swings already lapping in the 31s. Giotto, of course, better results in the 10,000 meters than in the 5, so the longer it goes, the better for him. Bronze in this distance at the Olympics. 29 years old. Giotto, I mean, it's less than 0.2 of a second. It's in the ballpark. And if he can maintain the speed and prevent the drop-off that Blumen had, he would be on pace, certainly, to defend his championship. Long, long way to go, obviously. Just about a quarter of the way through, and Giotto within 0.2 of a second. Swings, disappearing from view bit by bit. Sure, it's his day. A dramatic win in the mass start yesterday, beating out Livio Wenger and Antoine Gelina-Beaulieu for the gold medal in a 3-up sprint to the line. Swings, job done for him, really. They're defending that mass start medal. Last year, Swings did not grace the 10,000 meters, but in Stavanger, he did finish in 5th place. Giotto certainly putting in a shift right now. In the green by a quarter of a second, 29.8. swings. Don't want to call it too early, but it's looking like this is going to be a one-man race right now. As always, goes without saying, prove me wrong, sir. In fact, I look forward to it. Giotto adding to his lead. A 30.1, almost 4/10 of a second. Swings a 31.2, losing more time. 7 seconds is a long time to pull back. Giotto's time last year at the World Championship was 12:41.35. 29.9. Giotto is feeling it. Certainly at 12:41 would be well and truly a gold medal pace. That would be 6 seconds faster than Blumen. Not going to say that's going to be the case. 30.3. He's about 9/10 of a second. Keeping that glide going, looking very smooth. Out little chunks of time. Here's Davide Giotto. Giotto, another one of the many skaters with the roller speed skating background. Has raced on the World Cup there as well. Took up roller speed skating at age 7. Switched to the ice just over a decade ago, 2013, at the Oval at Baselga di Pine. Was initially supposed to host speed skating for the Olympics in 2026, but I think the cost of putting a roof on the facility was too high, and I believe they now have a spot indoors, a temporary facility in Milan itself. The son of a pro cyclist, of course, plenty of crossover in cycling and speed skating. Giotto says his two most memorable moments in the sport are bronze at the 2022 Olympics in this distance and a gold medal in this distance last year at World Championships. Getting to the top is hard, staying there even harder, and Giotto on course to do just that. Through 6,000 meters, Giotto now knocking out some good chunks of time, almost 3 seconds ahead. We do know that Blumen had that mid-race lull before refinding his form late. Giotto proved the master of the 10,000 meters a year ago. Still pacing his way to stay there. 29.8. There's Graham Fish and Ted-Jan Blumen. The chance for two Canadians on the podium looking more and more likely. What a race Fish had in setting an early tone. Training partners, good friends. Giotto. Another 30.2, about 4.5 seconds to his advantage. Actually, if he keeps picking up speed or picking up time like this, he could be on pace to match his time set last year in Heerenveen. Usually polite Canadian fans staying a little very quiet, I think, since they know they're seeing their two men potentially drop off the top of the leaderboard. as Giotto dips to 30.02. He has a lot of time to work with. It's almost at the point where you just have to stay on your feet. And again, 29.9. Giotto, champion-elect at the moment. And as Rust started to lose his form, I'm not seeing any form breaks in Giotto. Looking very smooth. Just keeping that momentum going over, using the arm around the corner. Keeps the legs going and then putting the arms behind the back. 5 laps to go. 8.5 seconds to work with, does Giotto. 30 seconds even on that lap. Still both hands on the back. Blumen owns the track record, 12:33.75. Don't think that would be in danger, but you never know. 30.15, Giotto almost 10 seconds ahead of the time set by Blumen. Almost at the point where it would take an absolute catastrophe to keep that man from repeating as world champion. But this is the moment where the head starts to tire, the legs start to tire, the mistakes could happen. But there's no sign of that just yet. Davide Giotto now more than 10 seconds to the good. On pace to perhaps challenge the track record. Giotto could make the catch as well with 2 laps to go. Giotto into the 30.3, but still more than 10 seconds ahead. He may just take a moment on the final lap to celebrate early. As he crosses the line, he can feel it now. 1 lap away from defending his world championship. There is the bell. I'm going to say that's a little bit of a smile creeping in. He's lost a little bit of time. No matter. He has tons to play with. Just stay on your feet. The coach is probably saying, just get to the finish line on your feet. That's exhaustion now. Now you can start to let the fatigue show. You have plenty of time to work with. The bell for swings. It's a smile now. It's a grin now. It's defense of a world championship. Davide Giotto back to back. (12:38.81). Giotto almost 3 seconds ahead of his last personal best, perhaps 2.5 seconds off his best, by more than 8 seconds. Simply incredible. Swings crosses in 9th. And the 2 Canadians will flank him on the podium. Ted Jan Blumen finding his way on again. Graham Fish, the former world champion, the former world record holder, finding some form. But that man, Davide Giotto, receives the plaudits. Now, the biggest challenge, can he maintain that all the way until Milan? 2 years away. ice resurfacers. We will await the confirmed final standings. Giotto wanting to share the flag with his coach. What a moment. Fish, the bronze medal winner. Confirmation, Giotto, world champion. And 2 Canadians, Ted-Jan Blumen, Graham Fish, second and third, and then 2 skaters from the Netherlands, Patrick Rust and Jorrit Bergsma, fourth and fifth. You will see them get their medals in just a few minutes. And then we will continue on with the final 2 events of the day, the 1,500 meters. That's coming up in just over 15 minutes time. Once again, my name is Gavin Day. Always a pleasure, everybody. I will be back with you for the next races.
bronze from the Banff Canmore Speed Skating Club, Kaylin Wolf from the Lethbridge Speed Skating Association, and Paige Hahn from the Itchy Band Speed Skating Speedsters. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, skating a time of 12:48.61, representing our country of Canada, Graham Fish!
changing things up. Final two events. No shortage of suffering in this one, though. Even though it's a lot shorter, it's just a different kind of pain. 5,000 and 1,000 is just long, and the lactic seeps in. This is that mix of not quite sprint, not quite distance, and so it's a bit of both. And so it's just an agonizing race from what I've read. But these 12 pairs on the women's side will give it their best shot. Joy Buna, we just saw her win the 5,000 meters. What a day she would have. So in the first pair, as Laura Pevari and Sumire Kikuchi of Japan. It is Pevari. In the mass start yesterday.
Go to the start. Ready.
The 22-year-old Pevari spent a lot of this season on the Junior World Cup circuit skating as a neo-senior, despite the fact that she was one of the top mass start skaters last season on World Cup. With the neo seniors, she won and won and won and won all over again, and so she is one who's angling for the 2026 Olympics. She is one who may be coming into her prime. Pevari was 20th in the World Championships last year. Kikuchi does a lot of 1,000s and 1,500s. And with 2 laps to go, Kikuchi lapping the faster, 28.42 that last lap. Kikuchi usually around the top 12, top 15 in this distance. A 14th in Quebec City, a 12th in Salt Lake. She was 5th in the 4 continents in this event, also in Salt Lake City. She was 13th in the mass start yesterday. And it is still Kikuchi in front, knocking out more than half of a second over Pevari this time around. Kikuchi is 28 years old. Personal best 155.25. That was set in Salt Lake City just a couple weeks ago, actually. And it is going to be Kikuchi leading things around to set the provisional fastest time. And she takes it 156.48. Pevari 158.49. That's actually a new personal best for Pevari. 156.48, just off her personal best for Kikuchi. So of course we will keep an eye on the great Miho Takagi. She skates in the 11th pair. Next pair though, Tian Rining of China, and Katerina Aidova, the veteran from Kazakhstan.
The outer lane with a personal best time of 153.53, representing Kazakhstan, Katerina Aidova.
Go to the start. Ready.
Tian, just off the podium in the 500 meters, doesn't do a lot of 1500s, so more 5,000 or 500 and 1,000 meter specialist. She did skate in the B division in the 1500 in Stavanger, coming in at 6th. I can imagine she would have A bit of a fast start, and there it is by 7/10 of a second. Aidova, of course, a flag bearer for Kazakhstan at the 2022 Olympics. Veteran. Another one who really does a lot of 500s and 1000s. He does a lot of 1500s though in the A division, and so 20th in Quebec City, 19th in Salt Lake on the two North American stops. Tian still in the green at the moment. Aidova slipping into the red now. Aidova 14th in the 1000, 19th in the 500. It is still Tian Rining leading the way, coming up to the bell through 1100 meters. Is she still in the green? No, she's not. She's fallen 500ths of a second behind. I mentioned, watch out for the fast start. But this is where the legs start to hurt when you're a sprinter. Let's face it, it hurts for anybody, but as a sprinter, when you go out so hard, the endurance is not the forte. It is Tian trying to salvage something on the final lap. Aidova closing in. Tian just wanting to get to the finish line, and she will win the pair. 157.32. Ekaterina Aidova closing up 157.62. Second and third at the moment.
So the second period didn't challenge the top time. Kikuchi.
So Sumire Kikuchi remains in first place.
Second position. Aidova in the third. 10 more periods to go.
Next, Kang Soo-min of Korea and Natalia Jabrzyk of Poland.
In pairing number 3 in the inner lane, personal best time of 1:57.51, representing Korea, Kang Soo-min. And in the other lane, the personal best time of 1:58.39, representing Poland, Natalia Jabrzyk.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both of these skaters tend to be in the B division on World Cup, so we don't really get to often get a look at them. Jabrzyk 12th in the 1500 at the European Championships. Kang was 6th in the 1500 as Korea has a lot of youth in the program these days. Trying to reload around the 2010 Olympics in Vancouver that they really had a powerful team. And it is Kang off to the early opening start, 1300ths of a second ahead of Kikuchi. Is still going to be Kang coming around. It's now Jabrzyk in front, and certainly with the higher speed at the moment, 2 laps to go, Jabrzyk is a quarter of a second ahead of Kikuchi's time, knocking out about 4/10 of a second in that last lap. Jabrzyk, a 22-year-old, certainly one with an eye on the future for Poland, if not in Milan in a couple years' time, in TBD in 6 years' time. If I'm not mistaken, we still don't have a host for the 2030 games. No, there is not. But at 22, you have a couple Olympics ahead of you. And it is Kang now back in the ascendancy. But Jabrzyk has the inner lane. Close pair, side by side. Who has that last little drive to the line? It is Kang taking it by 1/100th of a second. It's Jabrzyk. Whew, that was a pair. And both of them clocking new personal bests. So Kikuchi's time still in first place, but both Kang and Yammerzik atop the podium. That is 1/100th of a second. Next pair. Mia Manganello, the 34-year-old from the United States, and Sandrine Tass, 28, out of Belgium.
Go to the start. Ready.
Both of these skaters we saw in the mass start yesterday. Of course, the Mass Start of the World Championships had a semifinal and a final. So 2 16-lap races in a day. That one has other skaters around you, so we'll see what is left in the tank. Manganello, his personal best of just over 2 seconds faster than Tass. This is another skater we often see in the B division, 11th at the European Championships. Manganello faster off the start. Manganello was 15th in the 1500 at the stop in Salt Lake City. She did not take part at the World Cup in Quebec City. Manganello is in green at the moment with 2 laps to go. Manganello's medals this year have been in mass start. 15th, 15th in a couple of the 1500s. There's another 15th in Beijing. Manganello still in the green at the moment, going under 30 seconds. So certainly she's shaping up a challenge for the top of the leaderboard. Tass, though, is lapping comparably, but I think there's just too much time for her, pardon me, to close up behind Manganello. Manganello on course to take the pair and potentially to slot in atop the leaderboard. Manganello's time, yes she can, 1:55.78, adding time as it went along. And so Mia Manganello by 0.7 of a second moves into first place.
So far, after 4 pairings, Mia Manganello from the United States in first, Spheric Kikuchi from Japan second, and Jianyu third from China, pair 5 count out.
And the next pair.
And in pair number 5, in the inside lane with a personal best time of
The first of the home skaters, Abigail McCluskey on the outer lane, Elia Smeding of Great Britain on the inner lane.
And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 1:55.19, representing the country of Canada, Abigail McCluskey.
Go to the start. Ready.
McCluskey skated in the 3,000 meters on day 1 of competition here, picking up a 20th place. Oh, pardon me, I'm looking at the wrong information. I'll just do Elia Smeding first. 9th in the 1,000, 21st in the 500. Abigail McCluskey, this is her first race of the weekend. She was 11th in the World Cup in Quebec City a couple of weeks ago, and it's Smeding off to something of a flyer of a start. 7 seconds, 7/10 of a second ahead of Manganello. Smeding 25th in the World Cup overall standings in the 1500 this season. McCluskey 34th. And it is still Smeding in the green, adding to her lead. McCluskey also seeing green. 27.7 the lap time for Smeding. Lives and trains in Heronvane. There aren't any ovals in Great Britain. She calls her home ice is in Tealf at the bell. It is still Smeding. The 25-year-old still in the green. A lap time 29.83. McCluskey slipping about a quarter of a second behind. Smeding, pardon me, has plenty of time to work with to move atop the podium. McCluskey is on the inner. Here comes Smeding, just trying to get to the line. Looks like McCluskey is closed up quite a bit here. It is still going to be Smeding taking the pair, and she will slip to second. 1:55.83. McCluskey closed up just about a second, over a second on that last lap to go into third. 1:56. So Smeding, that's actually a new personal best for her. 1:55.83, beat her previous best 1:56.38. Previous best was set in Heronvane last year, about a year ago, in March.
We now move to the sixth pair.
To the sixth pair, Yang Binyu, the 21-year-old from China, and Isabel Van Elst, 25, out of Belgium.
And in the outer lane, with a personal best time of 1:57.63. Representing Belgium, Isabel Van Elst.
Go to the start. Ready.
Van Elst, born in the Netherlands, trained in the Netherlands for so long as there's no oval in Belgium, but then opted to jump over to train with the Norwegian team. Van Elst aiming to compete in the 2026 Olympics, but also eyeing a master's degree in art history. She has a degree from the University of Amsterdam in Netherlands. And it's Van Elst with a very quick opener. Half a second ahead of our leader, the third fastest opener so far. Van Elst, 25. Yang, 14th in the overall standings in the 1500 this season. 1500 often that mix of endurance sprinters and more long distance skaters. Yang, we saw her earlier finishing 7th in the 5,000 meters. She also was 8th in the 3,000 on Friday. So Yang has some top 10s in the 1500 this season. And Van Elst, just 0.08 of a second off the pace. Yang, 2 seconds down. We'll see if she has those afterburners as the endurance skater, or if the legs are just screaming out saying, "What are you doing to me? We've already done a 5K today." It is Van Elst leading the pair around. It is still Isabel Van Elst. Was just a few hundredths of a second off the pace last time around. See how close she is. She goes to 5th, 156.96. Yang goes 159.29 for 12th. That's a personal best for Van Elst by about 7/10 of a second. Indeed, that is the case. Into the second half of the draw now. Seventh pair, Caitlin McGregor from Switzerland, the inner lane, and Ayano Sato, second at the World All-Around Championships to Miho Takagi on the outer lane.
Go to the start.
Would not be surprised if we see Sato again at the World All-Around Championships coming up in just a few weeks in Inzell in Germany. A lot of the times this season on World Cup, 1,000 and 1,500, but just at the end of the season. She did a 3,000 meters in Quebec City, finishing in 13th place. So one of those skaters, she's always around the top 10 too. Opening splits very fast for both of them. Lots of time to work with. McGregor, we've spoken about her a little bit. Father was a hockey coach, Canadian. So she has plenty of Canadian family. I'm wondering if a lot of them are in attendance. McGregor 5th in the 1500 at the European Championships in Heerenveen, and it's still Sato at the moment now, 1.6 seconds ahead. McGregor also well into the green with 2 laps to go. Unlike the distance races where you can just find a tempo and settle in, the 1500, if you go out too hard, there's no recovery. There's just absolute exhaustion. If you sprint too hard, the lactic certainly starts to settle in. There's the bell. Sato over 2 seconds ahead. McGregor over 1 second ahead. Looking like it will change the leaderboard quite a bit here. Sato was 7th in Quebec City right before, a couple weeks before coming here for the World Single Distances. Ayano Sato looking to move atop the leaderboard, the skater from Japan. And she goes almost 2.5 seconds ahead. 1:53.29. McGregor 1:54.91. She goes to 2nd place. And it's a personal best for McGregor by about 4/10 of a second. So move 1 and 2 atop the leaderboard. Really hitting the rubber, really hitting the road now. Valerie Malte, Canadian. We just saw her do a 5,000 meters. Going up against Antoinette Ritma de Jong.
Go to the start.
It was a false start. I think that's the first one I've actually called this weekend. I missed a day of racing. It's the first time I have called a false start all weekend long. obviously can't speak for what happened on Friday. It's De Jong who jumped.
The skaters will loop back around and make a second attempt. Only one false start is allowed per pair.
Full start, opening. Go to the start.
De Jong, the 28-year-old, hasn't had the best of world championships, just off the podium in 4th place in the 1,000. Part of the team sprint team, pardon me, that just finished also in 4th place. It looked like they just weren't a cohesive unit in that race. But on her day, Antoinette Reitma-de Jong can get on the podium, a silver in Salt Lake City in this distance. She is also the European champion. Not the fastest of openers, about 0.4 of a second off the pace. Valerie Malte finished in 9th in the standings in World Cup in the 1500. Reitma-de Jong was 7th. It is Reitma-de Jong leading things around the corner with a healthy gap, couple laps to go. Still half a second off the pace. Reitma-de Jong, bronze medalist in the Beijing Olympics in this distance, but she is a former 3,000 meter world record holder, so one of those skaters who may find her feet late in the race. There is the live split. She's inside 0.4 of a second. Malte, of course, also has that distance ability, but it is Reitma-de Jong losing a bit of time. Half a second still off the pace. Not much change from the last lap. Malte a further second behind. Reitma-de Jong taking 0.2 of a second out that last lap. Here comes Reitma-de Jong. The gap gets tighter. About 0.3 of a second according to our live split. 0.2 coming down to the final 100 meters. Reitma-de Jong closing in on the lead. She's shutting down the lead. This one will be right at the line. Reitma-de Jong goes fastest by 0.02 of a second. Antoinette Reitma-de Jong 1:53.27. Shake of the head though, not sure she liked it. She goes first for the moment. Reitma-de Jong, of course, the defending world champion in this distance as well. So many accomplishments you list on these skaters. A wave, not a smile. So she had the strong finish, but I don't think she liked the start. Pair number 9, Ragna Wiklund. Another one of those skaters who may not have the fastest of starts. Just getting warmed up by the time the race finishes. And then Kimmy Getz, the 29-year-old, Flemington, New Jersey. Getz was on the podium in the 1500 at the first World Cup stop in Obihito in Japan. She's never made it back on the podium in the 1500. She was strong in the 500 and the 1000, so watch the contrasting styles. Expect Getz to come out fast and try to hang on, and watch Wiklund try to skate into this race. Look at Kimmy Getz, 0.6 of a second ahead. The battle is hanging on. Ragna Wiklund, silver in this distance a year ago behind Reitma-de Jong and just ahead of Miho Takagi. Getz blazed out of the gate here. Now a matter of sustaining that speed. 2 laps to go, holding on to half a second lead. 27.99 the lap time. Weekland 28.55. The shift, you expect it from Weekland to come at any moment. The live split. You know, Reitma de Jong finished strong, not as strong as maybe she would have liked, but gets 0.3 of a second ahead at the moment. With just over 400 meters to go, the gap is coming down. Gets 22 hundredths of a second ahead. Weekland, the faster of the lappers that time. And now Getz is seeing that lead fade away. The skating is getting a little bit more labored. She's a very low style, but now she's bobbing up and down. Fading behind. The final 100 meters trying to stem the losses, get as close as she can to Reitma de Jong's time. It will be Getz winning the pair. Weekland doesn't have it. And Getz goes to third, 1:53.97. Weekland goes 1:56.16. And so 3 pairs to go. Just 3 pairs to go. The next one is another Canadian, Evanie Blondin, who is likely to be at the World All-Around Championships. Silver medalist yesterday in the team sprint against the great Brittany Bowe, the 1,000-meter world record holder. So the flag up goes for that. Potentially some movement. White flag. Here's for Brittany Bowe. 35-year-old Floridian. It's really the sprinter against the longer distance skater. One would imagine Bowe would get off to a faster start again and try to maintain it, very similar to Kimi Getz. Blondin does just about every event bar the 500 meters. Bowe was 11th in the 1,000 meters. And she gets off to the faster start by a couple hundredths of a second. Blondin about 2/10 behind. Bowe was 5th in the overall World Cup standings in this distance. Blondin 6th. It is Blondin, the Canadian, who's got the faster speed into the corner. 2 laps to go. And we'll see what this time check shows. Blondin behind by just 7/100ths of a second. Almost half a second up on Bowe that last lap. We do know that Antoinette Reitma de Jong did shift late. She wasn't happy with it from the looks of things, but it's certainly potentially holding up to another challenge. Blondin will lead around to get the belt. Looks like she has control of this pair right now. Evanie Blondin back into the green by a quarter of a second. The lap time 29:01. Can she sustain it now? Is she picking up speed as it goes? Watch that live split. The time is ticking away. We do know Reitma de Jong finished strongly. And now it's within 1/10 of a second either way. Blondin trying to hang on, trying to keep it close to Right-Muddy Young. Blondin to the line, goes to third. 153.41. Bo goes 155.73 for 7th place. So a matter of a few tenths of a second. Blondin sits in third now behind Right-Muddy Young. And Ayano Sato, she forced Kimi Getz out of the podium positions. The next race is the woman who's been unbeatable in the distance this season, Miho Takagi of Japan, and Han Mei on the other. These women may be tired of seeing each other. They were paired yesterday in the 1,000, where Takagi finally got her first individual World Single Distance Championships. Han was second with a personal best time. And so we'll see if Miho Takagi can help Han to new heights in this distance as well. Takagi unbeaten in the 1500 this season. And off to a flyer over a quarter of a second ahead right now. Han also in the green. It is down to the final two pairs. And Takagi has shown she can win at this distance in every single race this season. Side by side, 2 laps to go. It is Takagi by 100th of a second. What does Han have left in the thing? We know Han does do some 3000s as well, so she might have that endurance, but Takagi in control now, very much in the green, adding to her lead over Right-Muddy Young, almost a second ahead. Han also in the green. At the bell, Takagi finally got her first individual world championship yesterday in the 1000, trying to get that feeling duplicated again. 1500, Takagi rounding the corner, has a second's advantage over Antoinette Right-Muddy Young of the Netherlands. Han Mei right behind her. Here comes Takagi, chance to go top of the leaderboard again, and she does. 152.29. And Han Mei 152.72. That's a new personal best for Han Mei, so she might want to be paired with Miho Takagi all the time. So just like they were yesterday, 1 and 2. Once again, it's a Dutch skater in third place. Yesterday in the 1000, it was Jutta Leerdam. Currently, Antoinette Right-Muddy Young. But it's 2 of her teammates who still have to skate. Joy Bune, we just saw her win the 5,000 meters against Marijke Groenewold. Groenewold Bronze yesterday in the mass start. As I mentioned, Joy Buna, world champion not too long ago in the 5,000 meters. What must Buna have left? Currently, the flags on the podium are the same as they were yesterday's women's 1,000 meters. Japan, China, and the Netherlands. The only difference is which skater from the Netherlands could it be? 3 options right now. Not one of the fastest starts from either of these skaters. But as we know from Buna, she certainly has some endurance. It's just a matter of what level of fatigue is in those legs. Kronewald, 5th in this distance at the Olympics in 2022. Does have a bronze in the 1500 from Stavanger earlier this season. Side by side, very close pair with 2 laps to go. 0.04 of a second separating them. Buna, 3rd on the World Cup standings in this distance. Kronewald, 4th. Crossing over into the inner lane. That was a pretty good draft for Buna. Saving as much energy as she can. She's gonna need it. Coming up to the bell, chasing the time set by Takagi. Buna, 0.9 of a second off the pace. Kronewald, 1.6. A lot of work for these 2 skaters to do to get back onto the podium. Their teammate, Antoinette Wright-Marion, currently in 3rd place with 1:53.27. Not really challenging them at the moment. Could it be the perfect season in the 1500? Miho Takagi, unbeaten in the World Cup. Will she keep that unbeaten streak at the World Championships? Yes, she will. Buna up into 3rd. 1:52.91. So Joy Buna with a flyer on the last lap to add a bronze medal to her gold in the 5,000. And there, again, well-deserved champion. Miho Takagi, after winning just about everything, she now picks up 2 of her first individual World Single Distance Championships. And Buna, we will see back on the podium again. Gold in the 5,000, bronze in the 15. Han Mei also in the shot there. Silver for China for the 2nd day in a row. Confirmation of the results. Miho Takagi does it again. World Championship 2 in 2 days. Mei Han, 2nd silver medal in as many days. And Joy Buna, a 2nd medal in a single day. Gold earlier, bronze in the 1500 here. Wright-Marion just nipped off the podium for 4th, and Ayano Sato in 5th. They're flooding the ice. Back for one more race. The men's 1500 meters, the final race of these competitions. That will be coming up in about 13 minutes.
medals will be presented by ISU President Mr. J.L.U. Kim. Our top three skaters will also receive an iconic custom belt buckle from Calgary's own Tributes Group, presented by Penny Werther, Provost and Vice President Academic, University of Calgary. Joining them as well, Win Kondraki, Calgary Speed Skating Association, Rose Wasowicz from the Calgary Grizzlies Speed Skating Club, and Theo Hasadon from the Lethbridge Speed Skating Association. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, skating a time of 1:52.91, representing the Netherlands, Joy Nuden. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, skating a time of 1:52.79, representing China, Ha Mei. And in first place, and winner of the gold medal, skating a time of 1:52.29, representing Japan, Miho Dagake. Please rise if you are able for the playing of the Japanese national anthem. Congratulations to our ISU World Speed Skating Championship winner, Miho Dagake, and all the other members.
Félicitations à tous les médaillés.
All right, stick around for the final event of the 4-day 2024 ISU World Speed Skating Single Championships here in Calgary, Alberta. The 50-meter men's race. 12 pairs of skaters coming up. So we're going to go.
The final race of the single distance championships. The men's 1500 meters, a look at the pair. And this is the event where Jordan Stolz will try to go 3 for 3 and 6 for 6. Or will he? One moment, please. Yes, he will. He is in the 10th pair. For a moment I got scared there, but I just had to wait. There it is. Jordan Stolz and Peter Kongshaug. Plenty of names who could beat him, including there in the 11th pair, the overall World Cup winner in the 1500, Ning Zhongyang. Who will bring the first pair to the line, Matthias Voste of Belgium, and Gabriel Oder of Austria.
With a personal best time of 1:44.90, representing Austria, Gabriel Oder.
Go to the start. Ready.
Oder is very much at home on this ice. He's made the decision to train in Calgary. He is from the Innsbruck area, so he was inspired to get going. He saw Vanessa Herzog racing and decided to give it a shot. And he is the first Austrian man to win a World Junior Championship gold medal. 2019 mass start champion Voste from Bruges got his start in short track before making the jump over, and he leads through the first time check. Get up to speed as quickly as possible, and then just hold on for dear life. That's the rules of the 1500, essentially. It is Voste leading the way. The lap time 24.99. Oder 26.06. He's about a second and a half off the pace. These are two men who are often in the B group, the B division. Don't often see them regularly as they do not get streamed, but Oder 15th in the 1500 at the European Championships. Voste won the B division at the last stop in Quebec City. And it is still Voste leading the way. Just trying to hang on with everything he can, leading the way. Voste will win the pair and set a time of 1:44.65. Oder 1:46.10. So a shrug and a shake of the head from Voste. Something he was particularly happy with, just based on his body language.
There are 12 pairings, as you already know, in the men's 1500 meter, 24 skaters. Two of the skaters have skated in the men's 10,000 meters. See how that...
So he will set the time to beat, but 11 pairs still to come.
In the
Second pair has Stefan Emla of Germany, and then Daniele Di Stefano of Italy.
And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 1:44.65, representing Italy, Daniele Di Stefano.
Go to the start.
Yamala lives in Erfurt. There is an oval. It's hosted many a World Cup event. And Yamala, we see him a lot in the 500 and 1,000. Di Stefano, kind of the opposite, the longer distances. And, of course, the mass start. He took a tumble yesterday in the mass start. Seems to be okay. And it is Di Stefano leading it through the first time check. 3 laps to go. Very little between these two men. Di Stefano, 25-year-old, was second in the B division in the last stop on the World Cup circuit in Quebec City. 10th at the European Championships as well. Emola was 15th at the European Championships. And he is the man from Italy leading the way right now. Less than 15 hundredths of a second difference on that last lap between the two. Skating in unison, same turnover between these two. Emola able to close up. Not quite catch up with Di Stefano. Speed's almost identical. Coming up to the bell, 1 lap. Di Stefano, almost identical lap times between these two. Di Stefano, 1/10 of a second faster there. And he will get potentially a good draft, but he's not taking it. He just says, I'm going to go right to that inner lane. I'm feeling good. He's going to come up the inside. Di Stefano leading Emola around. And it will be Daniele Di Stefano going fastest, 1:43.99. Emola, 1:44.41. So red until it matters most. Di Stefano, new personal best.
And now that we've had 2 pairings, we've got more than 3 skaters, or we got at least 3 skaters to take over the leaderboard. So Emil in the 2nd position and Voste in the 3rd. Lots more pairings.
So next up from Korea, An Hyun Jun and Connor McDermott Mustawi of the United States.
1:44.18, representing Korea, An Hyun-jun. And in the outer lane with a personal best time of 1:44.77, representing the United States of America, Connor McDermott goes away.
Go to the start. Ready.
An Hyun Jun is the brother of Victor An, who skated for both Korea and the Russian Federation. He's at the 2014 Olympics for Russia. But this An got to start in short track. World Junior short track medalist a couple of times. He is from Incheon, which is essentially where the big international airport around Seoul is. Dermot Mustawi leading through the early going, the 25-year-old American. So much changes at the turn of a hat in this distance. Dermot Mustawi, 1,000-meter, 24th place. Would have been yesterday. McDermott Mustawi still holding on to a lead of about 0.3 of a second. Very comparable lap times between these two, within 100th of a second. He will come up to the bell, and on coming into the race now. An Hyun Jun, 23-year-old at the bell, still in the green by 0.07 of a second. McDermott Mustawi has lost. He's now about 0.5 second behind. Lost a pretty big chunk of time in that last lap. On in the ascendancy here on the final lap, looking more and more likely like he will win the pair, and at the moment potentially headed to the top of the leaderboard. Let's see how An goes. Final strides, and An goes to 4th. He lost it in the last lap. 1:44.92. McDermott Mustawi 1:45.97 into 5th.
no change on the leaderboard after 3 periods. I fully expect that to change as we move through the lower seeds, or I should say the higher seeds and the lower times. Coming up pair number 4.
So 3 pairs in the books. Up next is the Canadian, Vincent Dehetre, 29-year-old, and Sun Chuan-Yi of China.
Representing the country of Canada, Vincent Dehetre. And Andy Utterly with a personal best time of 1:46.85. Representing China, Sun Chuan-Yi.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sun just has 1 international medal to his name. It was gold in the mixed gender relay at the last stop in Salt Lake City. It was only held in 2 stops. I talked about it earlier. Obihiro and in Salt Lake City. Just turning that coming out on top. Vincent Dehetre back to speed skating now after also taking part in track cycling. Multiple-time 1,000-meter Canadian champion, both in track cycling and in speed skating. In track cycling, it's called the Kilo time trial. And it's Dehetre off to the faster start right now. Sun was 42nd in the World Cup rankings in the distance. Dehetre 24th. Through 700 meters, Dehetre now fading off to about 0.4 of a second off the pace, still ahead of Sun Chuan-Yi. Dehetre will lead things around to the bell, seemingly sustaining his speed and his advantage. And he clocks at 27.19, 27.65 for Sun. So Dehetre adding to his lead, looking like he will win the pair. Not going to challenge the top of the leaderboard from the looks of things. Di Stefano. He's still the leader, 1:43.99. Dehetre, his personal best, 1:43.13. Not going to challenge that today. Dehetre goes 5th with a 1:45.93. Sun Chuan-Yi goes 1:46.83. Good enough for 8th place. Into that second, closing in on that second half of the leaderboard. This could be a big change coming up atop the leaderboard. In lane, Kildnois, 34-year-old against Chung Jae-won, 22-year-old. Nice third in the 1,000 meters. Medalist yesterday.
Go to the start. Ready.
Chung's success largely coming in the mass start. A couple of World Cup medals there this year, including a win. He did pick up a B division victory in the 1500 in Stavanger in Norway. And Kildnois, certainly a strong 1500 meter skater. He famously fell after 1,000 meters in Salt Lake City, needed to be taken off the stretcher with a neck brace on. He decided to skip the Quebec World Cup just to focus on this event here. But he is the runner-up in the 1500 at the European Championships, runner-up in the World Cup in Stavanger in Norway, and then he won the 1500 in Beijing. So on his day, Kjeld Nuis, of course, can find his way onto or on top of the podium. Nuis, 0.6 of a second in the lead at the moment. Chung Jae-won, second in arrears of the current leading time. And Nuis coming up to get the bell. Will he add to his lead? He is now 1.35 seconds to the good. Lap time 26.03. 1:43.99 is the current best time. The track record 1:41.33. Nuis on his way to the top of the leaderboard for the moment. Long way to go. He has his eye on P1 for the moment. Kjeld Nuis dropping the arms, taking it over, reaching at the line. He goes 1:42.66. 1.33 in the lead. Chung goes to 10th, 1:48.64. And so the current leading time is 1.33 seconds off the current track record. That was set back in 2017 by Denny Yushkov. So it's about time that that record gets broken. Nuis is the world record holder still in this distance, 1:41.7. That was set back in 2019. He's not going to beat it today, but he does move into provisionally the leader position. But lots of big name skaters still to come. Next up is the Battle of North America. Emery Lehman of the United States against Antoine Gélinas-Beaulieu, Canadian.
Go to the start. Ready.
Someone moved. It is to Gélinas-Beaulieu in the under lane.
Full start. Not steady. Go to the start. Ready.
Gélinas-Beaulieu, silver medalist yesterday in the mass start, setting some of the favorites. Andrea Giovannini, Lehman out of the Chicago area. He's worked on a master's degree in structural engineering, setting himself up for a career after skating as well, balancing the two of them over the years. It's Gélinas-Beaulieu in the early going, 0.06 of a second off the pace. Gélinas-Beaulieu was 18th in the standings this season. Lehman 21st in the overall. These two skaters very comparable personal bests within a second of each other. Gélinas-Beaulieu has certainly embraced skating in front of a home crowd. He's certainly acknowledged the home fans. Every chance he got celebrating with the team pursuit or team sprint side that won gold, setting a new world record. And then same thing yesterday, inviting the fans to get up, be loud, be heard. And one would think that that maybe certainly helped him to the medal in the mass start yesterday. One lap to go, very close between these two, not going to trouble the time set by Kjeld Nuis. But they are 0.11 of a second separating them right now. Gélinas-Beaulieu looks like that's some pretty visible fatigue on his face. Let's see what he has in reserve using that inner lane. Lehman also a big grimace on his face. Looks like he is going to take the pair. Matter of what his time will be. Lehman will go 1:44.14, 1:45.20 for Gélinas-Beaulieu, 3rd and 7th respectively. Oh, nice. Survives the first challenge. And moving on now into the second half of the draw. 29-year-old Alessio Trentini of Italy. And on the outer, 28-year-old Seitaro Ichinoe of Japan.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's a false start. It is red flag is what I thought. Wait. Yes, it is. Red flag. Ichinoe. Ichinoe by the armband. Ichinoe on the outer lane starting with the red armband there.
All stars outer lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
This time, safely away. Contrasting styles in this one. Trentini, more of a sprinter. And Ichinoe, we saw compete in the 5,000 meters on Thursday. He came in 12th place, and so one would think we would see Trentini getting out to a fast start. And that is the case right now. Not near our fastest at the moment. Ichinoe, expect him to pick up speed as things go. Ichinoe was 12th in that 5,000 meters on day one of competition. He was also 12th in the last 1,500 meter stop on World Cup. Trentini, this is his first and only race at these World Championships. You can see him jumping up and down between the A and B division in the 500, 1,000, 1,500. He was 14th in the 1,500 in Quebec City a couple weeks ago. It is still Trentini in front. Certainly adding to his advantage there. The fresh legs, I suppose, not having competed so far, at least not individually. 107 off the pace at the moment. It is still Alessio Trentini leading the way, 16th. In the World Cup standings. Ichinoe 15th, but he is not a factor here. It will be Alessio Trentini crossing the line, 144.15 in fourth. And Ichinoe 147.46. So Ichinoe well off his personal best there. Trentini is closer to it anyway. So, as we get closer and closer to the decisive pairs, Hendrik Dombeck of Germany on the inner lane, Taiyo Nonomura on the outer. Is Dombeck, his second race here in Calgary, 1,000th in the 1,300, or in the 13th in the 1,000 a few days ago, yesterday. And Taiyo Nonomura, 11th in the 1,000.
Go to the start.
Dombeck picking up his first ever International World Cup medal in Salt Lake City. He was on the second place German team from that mixed gender relay in Salt Lake City. Another one of these skaters with more of a sprint background, skating in 500s and 1000s. Same thing really with Nonomura, who skates thousands as well. Nonomura second in the 1000 at the four continents. And at the moment, Nonomura coming up the inside, carrying more speed through that turn. Nonomura within 1500ths of Kjeld Nuis's time. Nice silver medalist last year, looking to go one better this year and upset Jordan Stolz' bid to go 6 for 6. And Dombeck is now coming up the inside, side by side, coming up to the bell. Dombeck with a slight advantage. And 26.67 lap time. Nonomura 27.83. And so Dombeck building a bit of a lead into the final few hundred meters. There is that crossover, of course. Dombeck into the outer lane, but he looks like he is finishing stronger of the two. Dombeck. He is bringing this one to the line. Hendrik Dombeck of Germany. He goes to fifth, 144.28. Nonomura, 145.90 in fifth place. Neither of those skaters putting up a challenge to our top three. And so, Kjeld Nuis still in front at the moment. Next up could be a very tired skater on the outer lane, Sander Eitrem of Norway on the outer. And that is Kazuya Yamada. With relatively fresh legs, the 22-year-old, his first race of these World Championships. Eitrem did the 10,000 today and 5,000 on Thursday.
Ready.
Oh, there is a false start.
Oh, looks like we have a false start.
That's a white flag. That means the inner lane.
That was tight. It looks like it is charged in the inner lane.
Nonomura.
Kazuya
Pardon me, Yamada.
Full start inner lane, unstable. Go to the start. Ready.
It's the battle of 22-year-olds. It's Eitrem, who we've seen plenty of, going up against Yamada, who we have not seen at all. There's a 22. Your recovery is pretty good, but we'll see what 10,000 meters does to the legs of Sander Eitrem. He won a bronze medal in the 5,000 meters Thursday, 6th today in the 1,000. Yamada leading early. It is still Yamada in front. We'll see if Eitrem has that late surge. Yamada, more of a sprinter's background. hanging on to the pair right now, but Itrem does have this inner lane the last time around, or 2 laps to go. Does have the inner lane this time. Itrem 11 hundredths of a second faster this time around. Yamada skated in the A division in the 1500 in Montreal, picking up a 19th. He was 9th in Salt Lake City as well. Side by side, it is still Itrem in front. He will have that inner lane the last time. And we do know he is the endurance skater, so expect that to really be to his benefit. Getting a nice draft there, but he is going faster. So he just says, nuts to that, I'm going to the inner lane. I don't need a draft because that's going to slow me down. Itrem coming around. And now with a wide margin in front, Sander Itrem 6th in the 10,000 meters. Where does he finish here? 144.25, slotting him into 5th at the moment. Yamada 145.76 into 11th place. So Kjeld Nuis from pair 5 still in front. But business is about to pick up. Next pair is the man trying to do history. Jordan Stolz against Peter Kongshaug of Norway, pardon me.
Best time of 140.87. Representing the United States of America, Jordan Stolz. And in the other lane, with a personal best time of 142.88. Representing Norway, Peter Kongshaug.
Go to start. Ready.
All right, in winning the 1500 a year ago in Heerenveen, Stolz won by just over 0.2 of a second over Kjeld Nuis. Kongshaug was 7th in the World Cup rankings this season. Stolz was second, despite sitting out part of the season. And Stolz, look at that opener, 22.99, half a second already ahead. Let's just make a note, the track record 141.33. Stolz set the record in the 1,000 yesterday. He already is the world record holder in the 1,000 as well. Just how high can this young man fly? He's 19. Prior to last year, nobody had ever won 3 gold medals at a single World Championships. He did it. Today, he's trying to go back to back. Stolz 0.9 of a second ahead of Nuis according to our live split. He is going to come up to see another 1 lap to go, pardon me. There is the bell. Stolz 0.8 of a second ahead. 26.09 the lap time. Kongshaug also just barely hanging on in the green. He is on a time that could also beat Kjeld Nuis. Stolz dropping the arms down the back stretch. One final race this weekend. One final race to try to go 6 for 6 at a World Championships. Jordan Stolz, he has 2 World Championships already, and he could make it 3. 141.44. That is just off the track record by 11 hundredths of a second. Peter Kongshaug even with Kjeld Nuis, but I believe Nuis would still have it by the 1,000th of a second. But he's been described as the skater of a generation. And it's really hard to argue with that right now. Two pairs to go. But Stolz could very well be 3 for 3, 2 years in a row. there's anyone who could beat him, it's maybe one of these men, Leslie Daish of the Netherlands, and on the inner lane there, the World Cup winner, Ning Zhongyan. 28-year-old Daish.
Go to the start. Ready.
Another false start. Certainly adding to the tension here. Is on the other lane, that's Daish.
Please return faster.
So we now have a warning to the field. That means either skater false starts in the second try, they will be disqualified.
Might that change things here?
All start out the lane, no stable. Go to the start. Ready.
It's important to note that Ning, he is the World Cup winner in the distance. Every race bar one, he was on the podium in World Cup this season, but he never won. Is this the moment for him? Certainly it takes some doing. His personal best would be close to Stolz' time that he just set. Ning, 0.13 of a second off the pace, nearly going. Daish was third in the overall World Cup standings.
Just a reminder, since we don't want to take this for granted, you are watching the world's best long track speed skaters here in the 2024
Ning pushing 57 kilometers an hour around the corner. How close will he be to Stolz' time at 700 meters? Half a second off the pace. That is a lot of time to pull back when you're chasing Jordan Stolz. Daish gets a bit of a draft, but he has to tuck into the outer lane, so he has a lot of work to do. Eyes all on Ning Zhongyang right now at the bell. He is 0.7 of a second off the pace. It is going to take some doing to top Stolz. I think Stolz is going to survive the challenge. Here comes Ning. Stolz the time to beat. 1:41.44. Ning had some work to do. He comes up to the line. How close will he get? No, he's going to fade to fourth. 1:42.77. Daish 1:44.02 into sixth place. So at the moment it's Stolz, Noish, and Kongsao. Final pair. Connor Howe of Canada against Patrick Rust, another one who's had a busy day. Here's Howe, the 23-year-old, Four Continents champion from Salt Lake City a couple weeks ago. Rust.
Go to the start. Ready.
Rust, we know, faded in the 10,000 meters. What kind of recovery has he had, first of all? And for Howe, He was second in the 1500 meters on World Cup last season, but it just hasn't matched it so far this year. There was that flash of something in him winning the 4 continents. And we will see what kind of time he sets through 300 meters. Half a second off the pace. That's digging yourself a pretty big hole when you're chasing Jordan Stolz and Rust. We know he has the distance prowess, but maybe that's too big of a hole to come back on. He has to really get up to speed. Coming up to 2 laps to go, Connor Howe. He's now a second off the pace in 6th. Rust, I don't think, is going to be a factor here. A lot can change with 2 laps to go. But Rust, 3 seconds off the pace, having to do a lot of work. Rust was 6th in the World Cup in this distance. Howe was 5th. And the overall at the bell. Howe was 2.5 off the pace. I think you can lock this one in. Jordan Stolz, 6 for 6. 3 last year, defending his 3 world championships this time around. Outstanding from him, but we have to watch Connor Howe coming around to the finish. The last race of the weekend here in Calgary at the ISU World Speed Skating Single Distances. A look at the man of the moment, but Howe and Rust did make it close. At 144.53, 144.6, 12th and 13th between them. But confirmation, mission accomplished. History was 3 for 3 last year. Even more history going 6 for 6 this year. I said it yesterday. This man is rewriting speed skating's history books on the men's side in his own image. Jordan Stolz of the United States. Simply brilliant. Nice work from Peter Kongsaug, a personal best, getting a bronze medal. Kjeld Nuis, silver for consecutive years, considering he was being taken off on a stretcher and a neck brace a couple weeks ago from Salt Lake City. Not too bad for him, but this is a sight that we are going to get very used to seeing. Jordan Stolz victorious with the stars and stripes around his shoulders. Confirmation of the results. Stolz, Nuis, and Kongsaug. 1, 2, 3. Ning Zhongyang in 4th, and Daniele Di Stefano. A bad result for him, jumping up to 5th place. We'll have one final medal presentation, and then I'll be back to sign things off from Calgary for the weekend. Don't go anywhere.
County anymore. I want to say it was a 7-7.
Sounds about right.
If I remember correctly.
Ending with an exclamation mark. The legend of Jordan Stolz continues to grow. 3 for 3 last year, 3 for 3 this year, and he's 19. We're going to have to get used to saying Jordan Stolz World Championship, but what a way to bring it to an end. Pleasure as always. World Championship season still not done yet. The season may be winding down, but there are still the World Sprint Championships, World All-Around Championships still to come from Germany. I think I've got some of those for you there. Anyway, always a pleasure to be on the call. My name is Gavin Day, and hopefully talk to you all again soon. Goodbye.